Myself. Okay. Good morning. Excuse my voice. Today is December. Our first and only item today is a presentation on the men's and women's HBCU tournament, Fab 4, requested by Councilman Ford Sr. Before we begin their presentation, Councilman, is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I brought this. This is something of importance. I think we need to try to help them. He's just going to give us a presentation today. This will go upstairs with the administration to do the funding, and it will come back to us. That's what we're planning on trying to do, but I did want him to come and give a presentation to the council before we go upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. If you would please state your name and address for the record, and then you can proceed. And just so council members know, we are printing out hard copies of this.
Good morning. My name is Prentice Hill, Executive Director of BCSG 360. We're a 501c3 nonprofit based out of Chicago, Illinois. We host HBCU sporting events across the country, and we utilize those events as college and career ready programs to promote the HBCU experience to urban youth. So good morning. We would like to present to the city of Memphis the HBCU men's and women's tournament, the HBCU March Mania Fab 4 weekend, which is the semifinals and finals of this tournament. As you can see, this tournament is comprised of 2 weekends, March 19th through the 22nd. We'll be in Atlanta on the campus of Morehouse College at Forbes Arena, as well as on the campus of Jackson State in Jackson, Mississippi. There will be 8 teams, 8 men's teams, 8 women's teams competing in those early rounds. There'll be 2 winners that will advance from both the men's and the women's side. Those winners will then come to Memphis for a semifinal and final competition to be held at FedEx Forum here in Memphis. The mission of this event, HBCU March Mania Tournament, while raising the profile of HBCU men's basketball and women's basketball, is designed to promote higher education to urban youth through exposure to college and career readiness programming, resulting in admittance and scholarship awards. Proceeds from the event will benefit the participating universities that consist of HBCU NCAA Division I and Division II, as well as NAIA and NCCAA men's basketball and women's basketball programs. Both the United Negro College Fund, Thurgood Marshall, as well as local charitable organizations. This next slide just showcases the venues that we'll be hosting these events at. This is a picture of Forbes Arena on the campus of Morehouse. Also a picture of Williams Athletic Assembly Center on the campus of Jackson State University. The next slide shows a picture of the FedEx Forum here in Memphis. Our goal is to attract fans from not only in the Memphis market, but surrounding markets as well. As you all know, Memphis is a basketball city. Growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, I grew up on what Memphis basketball has to offer. I was a UAB Blazer at UAB. Steve Mitchell was one of my favorite players growing up as a kid. So I know what Memphis basketball has to present. And so we felt like this opportunity was a great fit for the city of Memphis. Also has a local HBCU, Lemoyne-Owen. We plan to partner with them in this project as well, hosting events on their campus as well. But most importantly, we want to invite fans from markets such as Atlanta, Birmingham, Nashville, St. Louis, Little Rock, Arkansas, Jackson, Mississippi, Dallas, New Orleans, and the Gulf Coast markets to come and participate in this event. So this is definitely a tourist event. We're expecting 5,000 to 7,000 fans minimum. We hope to get into the double digits, hopefully 10,000 fans that will come in that weekend starting on Thursday. Check into hotels, taking the sights and sounds of the city of Memphis, and just have a great time in support of HBCU men's and women's basketball. One of the features also of the weekend is that our game is sandwiches an NBA premium matchup between the Memphis Grizzlies as well as the Los Angeles Lakers. So in addition to fans coming in town for the HBCU semifinals and finals of the tournament, they also have the opportunity of taking in an NBA action at FedEx Forum with the Memphis Grizzlies hosting the Los Angeles Lakers. So this is just some market information, just showing the population of the cities we're looking to host these events in, and the college campuses, student enrollment. This is also an opportunity for us to invite students of HBCUs from across the Southeast region and across the country to come to Memphis and see what we have to offer in this event. Also, this is an opportunity to promote HBCU sports on a grand scale. These are some of the prospective partners: ESPN, HBCU Game Day, Creative Community Solutions, AHSN, and we're also in talks with HBCU Go TV to live stream these sporting events. This is just some available inventory as far as sponsorship for our event. From broadcast streaming, visible signage streaming, in-venue signage, as well as advertising and promotions. Pretty much this concludes our presentation as far as overview of the event. We would like to open the floor for any questions that you might have considering the HBCU Fab 4 tournament weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate that presentation. And this looks like a really exciting event. I hope you do some outreach to our own local HBCU, Lemoyne College, and make sure that they're invited as well. But I'm excited to see what the economic impact is of this weekend. I hope that you are working on some measurables to see how many seats you fill, how many hotel rooms are filled up, et cetera, so that we can, help promote it again in the future, because it looks like a great event. I also hope that you are working with our police chief to make sure that, sounds like it's going to be a big weekend, and we're excited about that. And I know we have some new things coming downtown, but just to make sure that everybody's safety is taken care of. Councilwoman Walker has arrived, and we're going to go to the queue. First is Councilman Ford. You're good? Okay. Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I'm really excited. This is an amazing idea. It makes me think, it could be the basketball equivalent of our football classic that we have. So that is huge for Memphis and, for our community. How do people qualify to be in this tournament? Okay. And do you already have the forum booked, and you already have all these events scheduled to where you just need us to give approval for it to happen? What are we doing for you here?
So yes, great questions. First question is, in the first year it will be designed as an invitational tournament, and so we're going to select teams that don't make their conference, win their conference tournaments, to be invited from a regional standpoint. So in the Jackson region, we're looking at small HBCUs such as Lemoyne to participate, Russ College, Tougaloo, small HBCUs such as that will be in the Jackson region. In Atlanta, other smaller HBCUs. The larger HBCUs that we're looking to attract will include the likes of Hampton University, North Carolina A&T, coming out of the Atlanta region, and in the Jackson region, hopefully making its way to Memphis for the semifinals, are schools like Jackson State and Tennessee State.
So this is sort of going to be like an NIT.
Yes, sir.
Okay, for HBCUs.
Correct.
Okay, so that sounds like a really interesting concept, and anything that I can do to help you, let me know.
Will do.
And my wife is on the Lemoyne board, so I don't think it'll be a discrepancy or a thing to make me where I can't help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. For the record, I want to say Councilwoman White has arrived, and I know she had a late night with me at commission last night, so thanks for joining us early this morning. Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, and I concur with my colleagues. I think that this is a wonderful idea. I apologize. I came in just a couple of minutes after you had started your presentation. So you mentioned something about the media partners. Will you all, and you said something about sponsorship. So is this an income generating source for you?
Yes, ma'am.
So will the income generated, will it go to your entity only, or will the participating schools receive a portion?
That's a great question. So we started these events with the intentions of helping HBCUs generate revenue for their athletic programs, as well as we have a college and career readiness component to help HBCUs recruit in markets, because at the end of the day, that's how HBCUs become self-sustaining, is through enrollment, increasing enrollment. So with that being said, our expenses include covering travel, lodging, and meals for the teams, as well as providing them a guarantee for participation. We also do a revenue share consignment tickets, so they have an opportunity to actually partner in the event, sell tickets, and do a 50-50 split. So there's a big focus and intentionality around using this as a vehicle to generate revenue for our HBCUs. I'm a proud graduate of Tennessee State University undergrad. I did B school at Clark Atlanta. So I have a great passion for historically Black colleges and universities. So our mission is to connect with these institutions, whether HBCUs make it to the semifinals or not. We're going to partner with HBCUs in the region. We have a roughly, I think, 18,000 seat arena. We would like to fill it up. And so we have an idea for working with all HBCUs in the region to participate, especially those HBCUs in the state of Tennessee.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And finally, who's doing your marketing and promotions?
So we do a portion of it in-house, but we do look for resources inside the market because they have a relationship or relationships that we can leverage. So we're open to using contractors here in the market that are interested in participating in an event like this. So if you have any referrals as it relates to marketing, please let us know.
Okay, well, thank you for this, and thank you for mentioning Tougaloo. My mother attended there. She finished her undergraduate work at Jackson State, but you just don't hear Tougaloo mentioned around these parts too often. Thank you again. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. And for the record, Councilmen Spinoza and Canale have arrived. Are there any other questions or comments in the queue?
Chair, I will.
Okay, right after Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yeah, I'm just excited about what's about to happen. And with my family being professors at Jackson State, and along with Councilwoman Walker, my family attending Tougaloo College is very, very exciting. And I know for sure you have my 100% support. And as I will piggyback off of Councilwoman Walker says, with anything that we can do with marketing, getting the word out, we will definitely back you 100%.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have worked with the Sports Commission. J.J. Greer over at the Sports Commission is my point of contact. We have a conservative estimate of a 4.5 million economic impact. But as we look at cities like Charlotte, who hosted the CIAA tournaments in years past, now in Baltimore, those events have grown and are showing economic impacts to the tune of $20+ million. And so we feel like Memphis is an opportunity for us to achieve equal to that, if not greater than that.
That sounds wonderful. Chief Adams, I'm sorry I can't see you over my, I'm short.
No problem. I think we both are vertically challenged. Good morning, council members. As we have made this current budget year an investment, collectively made an investment in Lemoyne College, and as we all acknowledge the long-term history of the Southern Heritage Classic here in Memphis, I'm sure the mayor would definitely support, but I know that we are all pleased that we are going to lean into this particular venture, and we hope that it will grow, and we'll do whatever we can to continue to do so. And as the mayor always says when he goes out, Memphis is the largest Black majority city in America. And so with that being said, I think we should lean into our HBCUs and make sure that we can do all that we can, because a lot of our kids actually, when they leave here and they attend college, those destinations are HBCUs. So again, this is a great opportunity. So again, we thank you. Thank you, sir. And whatever we can do to support, we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan has arrived for the record, and I want to keep us a little on time. I know we started a little late. So with no more questions.
The December 17th meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Thank you.
We have 3 items in today's committee. The first item is a discussion on the process between Public Works and MPD regarding the transfer of evidence from cameras and how they are prosecuted. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who from the administration will be speaking on this item.
Joy Taliatis, Interim Director for Public Works, 125 North Main.
Okay.
So we collaborate now and work together with MPD with our illegal cameras that are around the city. And so I think MPD just has a few more things that we can work together as Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has asked.
Did you want to say something, Councilwoman Sutton? I'm sorry.
Thank you all for coming. Do you have a presentation, or we're just going to kind of
Yes, ma'am.
small discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Not much. Just wanted to know, when you do a soft handoff and when you catch them on the camera, what is your process? Because I understand that it's civil, right? So there is a small amount that is attached to it. But do we have a lot of repeat offenders? And what happens when they're repeat offenders? What's the process in that?
Ian Barton, 600 Jefferson. I am the supervisor of MPD's information systems. Currently, we offer case support in this regard, help monitor the cameras, in place the cameras, and create the prosecutorial packages on the criminal side. So apart from that, on the civil side, Public Works holds all their information internal, right? When they make the
Okay.
case referral, the evidence that comes along with it goes to our Axon instance, which is evidence.com, as well as the referral to the General Investigative Bureau in which the offense occurred, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I think we talked a little bit about it. And I asked you, did you get the data to see, if you haven't, that's fine. You can just send it.
I'll
later.
get that. And Forrest Edwards, investigative counsel for Memphis Police Department 170 North Main. I reached out this morning to try to get that data as we discussed this morning. It can either be charged through a city ordinance or through the state of Tennessee, a criminal statute that is criminal littering and aggravated criminal littering. And of course, the Public Works Department issues city ordinances. And then if it rises to the level of criminal action, then we have a partnership where Public Works goes to the precinct where the crime is occurring with their evidence and meets with our detectives, and we work on preparing a case for prosecution. The first offense of criminal littering involving 10 pounds or more is a Class A misdemeanor. The second offense is a Class E felony. I did have an opportunity to speak with Public Works this morning. I believe they know of at least one Class E felony currently pending in General Sessions Division 14 for repeat criminal littering over 10 pounds. And I can get the rest of that data for you, Councilwoman.
That sounds great. Well, that's what I really wanted to know. And because the constituents, when we had a town hall, it was like, they don't feel as if these persons or persons that are actually doing these illegal dumpings are being prosecuted or held accountable. And we got screamed at a little bit at one of them. I mean, she was just really, really frustrated about, not knowing, or not putting people's faces on TV and just putting them on blast. We see you, we know this is happening. And so just wanted to give the citizen and the constituents to know that we are doing the work. You are doing the work. And, the criminals, the illegal dumpers are being prosecuted. With any and everything, it's a process and it takes time. And so that's just wanted the public to hear the process and what was happening and what's going on. Because they don't know. They just know that in their community, what they see. And it doesn't feel like anything is happening or anything is being done. And so just wanted to give them a little knowledge of understanding of what the process looks like. And you are, and we are doing our best to make sure that we change the behavior here in Memphis with illegal dumping.
What was your full name, sir?
Forrest Edwards?
Forrest Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And appreciate all the hard work that Public Work is doing and with code. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And they're here today.
I see they are. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone.
That's the entire team.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've had an opportunity to go and look and watch, and thank you for all the hard work that you do. And we got Lakeview, and we got that cut off for right now, so it's under control. And hopefully we can get other places in the city under control. But thank you for your hard work, and thank you all as well.
Thank you.
I yield the floor, Councilwoman,
Thank
Chairwoman.
you. All right. We'll move to our second item. Thank you so much. And shout out to Code, because the city is looking better. Hallelujah. Yay! The second item is a resolution authorizing and providing for the issuance and sale by the city of Memphis, Tennessee, of sanitary sewage system revenue bonds and the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $70 million pursuant to and in accordance with the applicable provisions of the Tennessee Code annotated as amended for the purposes of financing the cost of various improvements, additions, and extension to the sanitary sewage system of the city, all council districts sponsored by administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Second. Moved by Ford, second by Councilman Spinoza. All right, who from the administration will be speaking on this item? If you'll give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO for the City of Memphis. And actually, this presentation covers items number 2 and 3 on the agenda. All right, Coach. So we got 2 resolutions. The first being an initial resolution. and it serves as public notice that the city will issue up to $70 million in bonds secured by the revenues of the sanitary sewer system. And this resolution will be published in its entirety in a local newspaper. The second resolution is a serious resolution, and it authorizes the issuance of up to $70 million in sanitary sewer system revenue bonds. And these bonds, the bond proceeds will be used to provide $62 million in funding for capital projects of the system. Currently, we're estimating par amount about $59.3 million. The resolution also authorizes the bonds to be sold via competitive sale or negotiated sale. Presently, our plan and expectation is that the bonds should be sold via competitive sale. Competitive sale is where we receive bids for the bonds from various underwriting firms. However, in the event there is significant market disruption, the city would like to have the ability to switch from a competitive sale to a negotiated sale. Market disruptions such as changes in tax laws, which could affect the tax-exempt status of the bonds, or significant increases in market volatility, or also maybe a war may break out somewhere. All of these things could affect the sale of the bonds. We also have been advised that the state of Tennessee actually incorporate these provisions in their bond documents as well. The resolution also provides for certain details of bonds as maximum interest rate and maximum term. I think the max term is 31 years, but we're going to go with the term of 25 years. And also the resolution approves the forms of the following documents: a preliminary official statement, which will be used to market the bonds to potential investors. A notice of sale in the event of a competitive sale would be used to provide underwriting firms with details related to the submission of bids for the bonds. And in the event we go with a negotiated sale, a bond purchase agreement would be used to provide details related to the sale of the bonds to the underwriters. Estimated source and uses of funds. Under present conditions, again, we're looking at the par amount of about $59.3 million. We expect it to generate $7.5 million in premium, give us proceeds of $66.8 million. $62 million are used to fund capital expenditures. $4.1 million will be used to fund a debt service reserve fund. Debt service reserve fund is like a rainy day fund. In the event sewer revenues are insufficient to cover the debt service and bonds, we'll tap into that rainy day fund. And then we got about $691,000 in issuance expenses and underwriters discounts. Next slide, summary stats. So we're looking at closing the transaction late February 26th. We have a first interest payment date of June 1 of 25, and the bonds will have a final maturity of 12/1/2049. That gives us the term of 25 years that I spoke about earlier. But the average life of the bonds will be close to about 15 years, I think about 15.2 years. And in today's market, we're estimated a true interest cost of 3.88%. Going to the next slide shows the estimated annual debt service on the bonds. You'll see about $1.4 million this fiscal year, and then going forward, about $4.1 million in change. You'll notice that the maximum annual debt service on these bonds are equal to the amount deposited into the debt service reserve fund. Now we have estimated MWB local participation. The fees at the top total $265,000 and change. Those fees where the city has an opportunity to select the MWB firm. MWB participation is 65%. MBE participation 64%, and local participation 99%. At the bottom, we have an additional $426,000 in fees, and total fees are estimated at $691,000 in change. MWB participation 25%, MBE participation 24.6%, local participation 38.4%. We have a preliminary financing schedule. As I mentioned before, we're looking at closing the transaction on February 26th, but also we're hoping to have a competitive sale February the 5th. And I think, yep, that concludes my presentation.
Would any council members like to be recognized for this item? Seeing there's no further discussion, we will call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The third item is a series resolution authorizing and providing for the issuance and sale of the City of Memphis, Tennessee of sanitary sewage system revenue bonds and the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $70 million pursuant to and in accordance with the applicable provisions of the Tennessee Code annotated, as amended for the purposes of financing the cost of various improvements, additions, and extension to the sanitary sewage system of the city, authorizing and providing the sale of such bonds pursuant to a competitive public sale with the execution thereof on the sale date, or pursuant to a private negotiated sale through the execution and delivery of bond purchase agreement between the city and underwriter, prescribing the former and certain details of the bonds and authorizing the chief financial officer of the city to determine such additional details, appointing the paying and registration agent for the bonds, authorizing and approving the preparation and distribution of a preliminary official statement relating to such bonds and approving the form thereof, approving an official statement in connections with the issuance, sale, and deliveries of such bonds, and authorizing all legal actions and other necessary matters required with respect to the foregoing, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Warren, second by Spinoza, and we have heard the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, so we will go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Does any member of the committee have anything else to be addressed?
I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could you please call the roll, sir?
Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. And Chair Warren.
Present. We have a quorum. We have one item on our agenda today, colleagues. It is a resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $100,000 from the Tennessee Department of Disability and Aging for renovation of the outdoor fitness area at McWhorter Senior Center. This is in District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration with request for same-night minutes. Could I please have a motion?
Second.
Motion from Spinoza, second from Swearingen, Washington. Mr. Walker, you have the floor, sir.
Sure. Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery. This is our asking if we can accept grant funds from the state. We have leveraged this partnership many times. Usually it is programmatic in nature. We have an amount that is used at each of the 5 senior centers that we get annually from the state. This was a grant application specifically focused at mobility among seniors, and the grant application was to make improvements to the outdoor fitness equipment at the McWhorter Senior Center, which is just outside of Seattle. We are asking for same night minutes because our friends in the state would like to have this under contract before January 1. So,
colleagues, do we have any questions? The equipment looked good in the presentation that we had in our packet. With no questions, I'd like to call this. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. That passes, and we'll go downstairs with favorable recommendation for same night minutes. Are there any other? The only other information is we will continue to bring back individual groups that are at Overton Park for presentation in the new year. We didn't get that through last year because we got pretty busy. So expect those coming up in the new year, colleagues.
Good morning, City of Memphis and colleagues. I'd like to call to order the December 17th Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council at 9:44 a.m. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Canale, Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 2 items on our agenda for today. I'm going to do number 2 first, and then we'll go to the first item. Number 2 is a discussion of Joint Ordinance 5922 to establish a public-private partnership for economic mobility and any action taken by the County Commission. All council districts requested by the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee. We don't need a vote for the discussion, but colleagues, there's a lot going on with our counterparts across the street. I'm sure you kept up with the late night meeting they had, but in that meeting, they passed the More for Memphis resolution with amendments. And so in the spirit of collaboration and wanting to be able to review and clarify those amendments, I'm asking with no objection that we hold the 3rd reading of this ordinance in full council to February 4th council meeting. Are there any objections? No. Okay. Thank you all. So this, the item will be held in full council. All right. So going on to item number 1, the appointment of Public Works Director Scott Morgan. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilman Ford, second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. We have 2, Mr. Morgan and Mary Young. Mary Young, the floor is yours. Just make sure the mic is on.
All right, thank you, Chair. I'm honored to be here today and excited to present to you Scott Morgan. Scott Morgan has been working with the city for many years. Very talented, smart, capable engineer that has been working in public works in various functions. And as you know, we've been working under an interim capacity, and Joy Tuliadas has done an amazing job as an interim. Yes, give it up for Joy. She's done an amazing job. And our proposal is that Joy continues to stay and returns to her role as deputy director, and we are proposing for Scott Morgan to serve as the director of public works moving forward. And we're really excited to present this nomination, and we're hopeful that you will accept it. And I'll turn it over to Scott if he has anything to say or you have direct questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Council. Scott Morgan, 8828 River Rise Drive. Grew up in Mississippi, went to the University of Mississippi, graduated in 2002 in geological engineering. I am a professional engineer licensed in the state of Tennessee. Shortly after graduation, started with an environmental consulting firm, doing groundwater and soil sampling, UST, underground storage tank remediation, for several years, and moved to the city in 2006 and started with Public Works. I've been with Public Works almost 19 years. Started in the stormwater program, conducting investigations, sampling, stream sampling, site inspections, things like that, parts of our MS4 MPDS permit. Several years later, became manager of that program, oversaw the budget and staff, as well as the compliance with the MPDS permit. Shortly after, moved over to an environmental engineer under the capital improvement projects for the city, for the sewer system and flood control system. Helped write plans and specs, follow budgets, contracts, worked with engineers and contractors on all the capital improvement projects, and then moved up to administrator of environmental construction, which oversaw the CIP program for the sanitary sewer system as well as the flood control system. Since 2017, I've been the senior environmental administrator, which is over environmental engineering. That's 9 departments. Oversees staff about 300 people. Great public works staff. Some of them are in attendance here for support. But part of that budget is obviously the sanitary sewer system. We have over 3,000 miles of pipe, large infrastructure, and a lot of work to be done to continue to improve that system.
our flood control system as well that helps protect us from Mississippi River flooding, where we put various operations in service with the rise and fall of the Mississippi River. So personally, before I graduated college, I met my lovely wife, Corey. She's here as well. Born and raised Memphian. After graduation, I moved up here, and we've lived here ever since. Have two great kids. One's a senior in high school, one's a freshman in high school. So look forward to working with you and collaborating with you, helping move public works and the city forward. Appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I hear the excitement in your voice, and definitely with you going through the whole resume, which you seem very, very qualified for. Can we just take a moment before we get to Councilman Ford, who's in the queue? For our public works folks, can y'all just stand? Y'all look good. Just wanted to thank y'all for everything that y'all are doing and will continue to do after we can get Mr. Morgan verified. So we have Councilman Ford in the queue and also Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to look at them too, because y'all sure look good out there. And y'all keep up the good work. Without objection, I'd like to put this on tonight for same night minutes, if it's okay without objection.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Merry Christmas. Same 9 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
That's it.
Swearingen Washington.
You stole my thunder. I just wanted to tell the Public Works team how much we appreciate them. The city is looking fantastic. Thank you for all that you're doing. We're excited about your leadership. We love the way you enjoy work together, and we know that that will continue,
Yes.
right? She's going to be your deputy.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so we are in full support. We're excited about the leadership.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Congrats. Excited about yes. Good to see you, Mr. Mayor. And we were speaking earlier in the hall. Is your wife here today?
She is.
Just wanted to say, hey. All right. Yeah. Wanted to recognize her. Yeah. Big day. Congrats. Look forward to working with you. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, let us do a voice vote. All those in favor sending the appointment of Public Works Director Scott Morgan down with same night minutes, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, so congratulations. Part 1, Mr. Morgan. And we'll see you at 3:30. Don't run off now. We'll see you at 3:30 today for same 9 minutes. If there is no other business before this committee is adjourned.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilman Canali. Chair White.
Present. We're going to take this a little bit out of order. We're going to do item number 2 first, which is a resolution establishing a committee to honor the City of Memphis employees who lose their lives in the line of duty, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canali. May I have a motion in a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Ford, a second from Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Canali, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, over the years of my time here in office, unfortunately, tragically, we've lost several of our comrades, our colleagues in the line of duty. And what I want to establish out of this is, long after we're gone, ensure that everyone, and hopefully it's no one, hopefully that this committee is not even needed. But when someone does lose their life in the line of duty, whether it's in Public Works, MLGW, or Police or Fire, whatever division it is, that they are properly memorialized and that their family knows that they are not forgotten, and it was not all for naught. We've done things sporadically, and I don't want it to be the case where some get left out. In the past, I've done an honorary street name change for one of our firefighters who tragically lost his life. We've done stuff for some MPD officers, but one is not more important than the other. They all should be remembered, memorialized, and their families should know that they are forever cherished and appreciated for their service. So what we did by this is that the committee, and I'm open to any amendments that colleagues that you think deemed to be necessary, would be the chair and the vice chair, and then somebody from the administration. If you think anybody else needs to be included, I don't want any division to feel like they're left out, and I don't want it to feel like that this is only a public safety committee. Unfortunately, more times than not, they tend to be employees that are police or fire, but we have also unfortunately lost some of our employees in the line of duty in other divisions, and I want everybody to feel like they were equally important and appreciated. So I'm open to any amendments, but with that,
Councilman Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have MLGW employees in this that die on the line of duty? Because they do a lot of hazardous work, and I think we have had people electrocuted and other issues. I was wondering, is there a way that would work as an amendment?
absolutely.
Okay. It's my only suggestion. Thank you.
So
But they're not City of Memphis employees, huh?
Well, they're a division of the City of Memphis, so they're not our employees directly, but we are in charge and we do approve their budget.
So if you want to add anybody to this, of course, there's a liaison from Memphis Police Fire Department, and then the mayor's administration. Anybody else that you feel, if you want to add somebody from MLGW, I'm open to that, or if you feel like, but I think the administration covers all divisions, along with the Police Fire Department, chair and vice chair of the City Council, and the chair of the Public Safety and Homeland Committee.
I just wanted, where it says sacrifice of city employees, I just wanted us to make sure that as we were going forward, we were considering those people who we approved their budget as, since it's sort of a
Absolutely.
type of division.
Absolutely. So what I intended by this, the spirit of this was anybody that represents the city of Memphis. So that is inclusive of MLGW.
Anyone else in the queue?
I'll say,
Councilman Spinoza?
yeah, thank you, Chairwoman. I was just going to say thank you for bringing this up. Yeah, appreciate it. Excited to vote yes.
Seeing that no other colleagues are in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. This will go down for our next. for our next council meeting. And we'll take a just brief moment because we started early. So, yeah, we started literally 30 minutes early. So. I'm fine with that. Do y'all want to roll the quarterly update to the next meeting, or is anyone really wanting an MPD report? Okay.
They were here. I don't know where they went.
Okay. I mean, we started early, so. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't want to pressure you. Like, they were on the calendar for 10:30.
Awesome. We good?
We're back from our brief recess. We're now going to return to item number 1, which is an MPD quarterly update, all council districts requested by myself. Who do we have here from the administration to speak on this item?
Chief C.J. Davis, Chief of Police, Memphis Police Department 170 North Main. Good morning and happy holidays.
Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
Deputy Chief Oakley, 170 North Main. All right, let's get started. As you can see, good news, our trend line is down. I want you to take note of 2022, that we are lower than 22 numbers by over 3%. So that was our goal, and we made it. And let's go to the next slide. So here's the numbers. You look at November, we came in at 3859, all Part 1 crimes, and then in 2022, we were at 5017. So we are on track to beat 2022 numbers by over 3%.
Before you move on, Chief Oakley, would you just remind us what Part 1 crimes are?
Okay, that's all the crime that we report to the state and the federal agencies, Tibers and Nibers. It ranges from shoplifting to robbery, aggravated assault, car break-ins, theft from motor vehicle, etc. And then this one, I added this slide yesterday. It's different than the ones we saw 2 weeks ago. At the end of December 15th, we were at 21.64% crime reduction from this time last December. And then year-to-date, December 15th, we're at 18.77 reduction from 2023. And our violent crime is down 11.32 month-to-date. That was November, and then year-to-date, we're down 7.64% in violent crime. And our interstate shootings are down 16%. We had 96 this time last year. We have 80 thus far. And the top 3 precincts are Mount Moriah, Appling Farms, and Airways, which they do cover the majority of the interstate system in the city. Arrest data. This time last year, we had 19,671 arrests. To date this year, 20,870. We're about 1,000 arrests more than this time last year. Thanks. Guns stolen month to date and year to date, we're down. All guns stolen in November were down 26.77%. Guns stolen in vehicles are down 18.5%. And then year to date, almost 25%. All guns stolen and from cars, 23.73% crime reduction. There's our guns recovered data. We've recovered 33 more weapons than we did last year. And our juveniles arrested for gun charges are down 7.38%, with 20 less juveniles thus far this year arrested for gun charges. However, our adult gun charges are up by 34 for 2.40%. So we've arrested more adults with weapons than we did this time last year, actually for guns, not all weapons. So when you look at the total, we're up 0.83%, 14 more than this time last year. What of our crime drivers? We know that over the past few years, car break-ins and theft from motor vehicles have driven our property crimes and driven our numbers up. But good to say that in year-to-date, we're down significantly. We're down 20% in car break-ins and 38% auto theft. And then year-to-date, that's the numbers month-to-date, we're down significantly over 50% in auto theft, and then our theft from motor vehicle about 100. Top cars stolen year-to-date, Nissan with number 1 at 1780, followed by Hyundai, Chevrolet, and Kia, Infiniti, Dodge, and Ford. And who is arrested the most is 18-year-olds, 17, and then 19, followed by 17-year-old. And then the next chart will break it down a little bit more.
Yes, we've arrested two 10-year-olds thus far this year for auto theft. And there's the numbers again that 18-year-olds lead the way between juveniles through 20. Our heroin overdoses year to date are down 44%, and year to date we're down 60.59% decrease, which is good news. And we are recruiting. Join MPD.com. Glad to have you. Any of your friends or relatives want a job, we'd be glad to have them. Okay. Any questions on this before we move to the next PowerPoint?
Yes, Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I had a couple of clarifying questions. I'm excited to see the guns stolen out of cars go down. As a reminder, if you need a free gun lock, I know that you have them available in your precincts, the sheriff's office as well, and you can get one for free by going to the Shelby County website, and we'll mail it to you. So I'm gonna say that again. Shelby County website, free gun locks. We will mail one to you, and especially in light of what we saw with the 7-year-old death and children getting a hold of weapons they shouldn't. But I'm excited to see that that number is going down. The guns that you have recovered, I know there's a state law that requires them to be sold back into the stream of commerce. What are we doing with these guns that are recovered?
We're destroying them. AC Crow, you want to answer that one?
So we do two things with them. Some of the guns go to our firearms training unit, and then they get traded in so that we can buy equipment for it. The others are getting destroyed. Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you the last time the process. I've kind of not been part of the process. But we follow the state law, what state law requires on it.
I reiterate that to my colleagues as we talk about stuff for our legislative agenda and things to talk to our state legislators about. One of what I consider an easy fix is to change that language from shall to may. So I would prefer our police department be able to destroy all the guns that they recover. But right now it says shall. If they are in working order, they have to be returned into commerce. And I know that the sheriff's department on the other side does what you do, which is to try to trade them into large gun dealers to be able to get, bullets and Kevlar vests and other equipment that you need. But I would like to see us be able to destroy those guns if we do gun buybacks or recover them in any way. The other question I wanted, a couple more. My understanding from, I believe I first saw it in a presentation from Mayor Paul Young, and then I researched it online. Overall in the country, violent crime is down by a little over 10%, and we're seeing that same sort of decline here in Memphis. I guess my question is, are we tracking to still be at the top of cities with crime problems if the rest of the nation is dropping at the same rate? Do we have any comparisons?
We can get comparisons, and I think the one of the presentations, one of the slides that the mayor did comparative data on, just dealt with a downtown space. I think over the last few weeks, you've seen some of those presentations, and they were, aggregating data for downtown spaces, and it compared our downtown sort of with other cities. We were trending at a higher percentages for reductions than other national cities, but to your point, comparatively with all of the data, I think we can do that too.
Yeah, I think because we've had such a focus of resources downtown, we have seen about a 13% reduction downtown, if I remember from Mayor Young's presentation. But the overall, the Crime Commission right now is reporting in Memphis and Shelby County, we're seeing about a 10% reduction, and that's on trend with the country. So I'm trying to figure out, are we gonna be in the top of the bad list again? Because I know that our, some of our rates, aggravated assaults, for example, are still really high. We still have a lot of, car thefts, et cetera. Do we have a number of homicides at this time?
We do, and I think that's on the next presentation.
Right, we're getting ready to cover the homicide murders on the next PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll hold those questions till then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question. I know we have a reduction in crime rate, but we have more arrests. How do you reconcile that, or can you speak to that?
I'll speak to it initially, then Chief Oakley can. I think the reason why we have a number of arrests is we have recently started doing roundups on outstanding warrants with our fugitive unit. There are thousands of warrants out for felons. And what we did is we sort of created a task force, an interim task force that works periodically to pick up individuals that are wanted for violent arrests. As a matter of fact, this next presentation will show you that over somewhere around 700 people have been picked up in the last 3 weeks or so. We believe all of these different things, everything from Code Zero to executing these violent fugitive arrests, and also focusing on domestic violence arrest warrants. We have a list of individuals that we're working on that have repeat violent offenses from a domestic violence standpoint that sometimes floats under the radar and doesn't get the same attention as individuals involved in shootings and things of that nature. But we started focusing also on domestic violence warrants, and some of those individuals are being picked up as well, which also reduces, especially if you know this person is somebody who continuously commits these kind of offenses, those numbers count in all of the different aggravated assault numbers that we're counting too. So we contribute that higher number of arrests also to the extra work that's being done.
Absolutely. The second question, statement and question. I recall the last presentation we had from the study, the team that came and did the study, and we all, kind of know this, but they stated the best indicator of crime is poverty, or the correlation between poverty and crime. And so I always, when I hear the stats and the data on whether crime is going up or down, I think it's important too to look at the other indicators in a city, in peer cities, because you want to make sure you're looking at apples to apples, And so the poverty rate, as well as, domestic violence and homelessness and all of those things, but particularly the poverty rate, because in study after study, there's a correlation there, as well as the findings that we were reported from the last study that was done by the consultant you brought in, stated that was the number one indicator. So unless we address that as well, it's going to be hard, to really continue to come down significantly and make that headway. So I would be interested in the information that you're bringing back for Councilwoman Green in terms of peer cities or other cities, the crime rate, and if it's going up or down, and how we fare with that. If we also looked at the poverty rate in those cities as well, what that looks like, and if you all are factoring in those things in your way forward. You all are doing a great job, and I must say, I appreciate the extra and seeing that come down, and the things that you're putting in place, and even the dashboard and all of that. Those things help. But I would like to get more information, and if you need to bring it back next time, that's fine, on where that stands, the poverty rate.
And council member, I think the VSIF grant, I think some of the work and the analysis that'll be done with the VSIF grant, since we have these research partners, they will be able to really help us see from a broader perspective how the poverty rate correlates with the crime rate and where we're focusing our resource efforts some of the precincts that we have problems in is because there is a high poverty rate and there are other issues. And so that's why we have really tried to focus on programs that will help that part of it, employment and all of the other things that contribute to crime.
And the work that's being done at the elementaries, the preventative work that's being done at the elementary school level is key as well. I know we do the intervention in middle and high school, but prevention, if you could kind of share what your take is on that or what work you all are doing in that space, I think that would help as well. Thank you, Ayo Becture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing. And we do see the numbers are going down, and I know we talk a lot about poverty here in Memphis. We talk about it, but there's nothing being done about it. And you all are out there risking your lives every day, trying to do what you can and implement new things to make sure that things are addressed. As you just said, Chief Davis, different programs. But until we do something and we fight legislation on getting minimum wage up from $7, and Memphis can't be really compared to any other city because Memphis is a totally different from any other place that I've ever lived and I've ever seen. And the dynamics of how government works here in Memphis attributes to some of the issues and things that we are against as a predominantly Black city, where most of we outnumber, as the numbers show, as a Black city. And so you have different issues and different concerns and different problems, but you all are doing an amazing job. But until the city and the government and our legislations and we go and we get this here up and we change the dynamics on how we do things in government, pointing and doing that is not going to solve anything. Memphis is a predominantly Black city with predominantly Black politicians that we have not, and I'm saying we in past, have not done a great job as far as making sure that what we provide, programs or whatever it is, that we provide some sustainability. And so the work that you all are doing in the streets and the work that I did in my past life and the things that I saw, we can sit here all day long and all these different programs that are already here and these organizations that are going to do this amazing work until you understand the root cause that this has been deliberately done, especially here in Memphis. And there's a lot of accountability that goes here, there, and everywhere else. Give the people the proper, what they need to survive. What they need to survive here in Memphis. And we're not giving them, we resuscitate them and then they fall back. We resuscitate them, but we don't give sustainability here in this city with the government funding in the different communities. And so when we talk about poverties and looking at other cities, Memphis is a different beast. It's a different type of beast. And you got to know how to live and know how to roll here in Memphis to even survive here in Memphis. So as far as the police and what I see now in the numbers and what you're doing with homicide, a lot of this stuff is relatable. A lot of this stuff is people that know each other that are doing a lot of this killing, domestic violence. And so we're going to have to get in these communities and beat the streets like you all are starting to do and be more community involved to try to get some of these problems under control. But poverty ain't going anywhere until they see Black folks like they really see other people and do what's right with equality and fairness that they've been fighting since MLK been here, and they're still fighting. So poverty is going to always be a subject around this place until we do right by the people. And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Are there any other council members in the queue? Seeing none, Deputy Chief Oakley, you ready to proceed with your next presentation?
And really,
Thank you.
This is a slide deck that really just sort of illustrates since 2018 murder rates here in the city and the ebbs and flows of the years that experience higher numbers. As you can see, this year we're trending about 100 less than last year, a little bit more than that. We're not where we want to be as a city. there's still work to be done, and I think good work is being done by our officers. It takes a lot for them to really be innovative with the resources that they have and continue to stay resilient. And they've done great work, and we're hoping to keep them motivated to continue the work moving in the right direction. This slide here compares quarter to quarter last year, quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, and then quarter four, significant drop compared to quarter four last year. And as you can see, murders as of December 16th compared to 2023, significant drops. The month of December is 6 compared to 34 last year. And then this slide also talks about the 28% drop. Fourth quarter was a 53% drop. Best 2-month stretch en route to 3 straight months. And as we go into the new year, we're hoping to continue on these trends and really approach the whole public safety, effort from, we've talked about holistic, and that's everything from being better with shooting reviews, being better with resources, working really closely with our court system, focusing on domestic violence too, because domestic violence and people who are known to each other have also contributed to these numbers. And I think, and our fugitive team that I spoke of, as you can see, 50 people were arrested for outstanding warrants on aggravated assaults. These are the numbers just kind of broken down. Domestic violence was 20, and then aggravated robberies, murders, and so over 900 warrants have been cleared out of our system in the last 90 days during a pilot that we have continued. So we're going to continue this work because we believe it's also making a difference as well. Over 20 guns recovered in addition to drugs and cash confiscated. And this is just a snapshot of overall crime, aggravated assaults, robberies, burglaries, and auto thefts. I think that is and that is the last slide. If anybody has any questions about these slides.
I have a couple of questions. Councilwoman Logan asked my question about the correlation between the 1,000 increased arrests in comparison to crime rates being down, and you answered that question. But I remember when we first started, we were having a discussion about a dashboard, and the dashboard came up when she asked when that question, but also when I was thinking about the repeat violent offenders, what's happening with people after these arrests of fugitives. What's the status of that dashboard that we were anticipating towards the beginning of the year?
So, Chief Oakley.
Yeah, those are good questions. We're working on that, and we'll let you know an update on it.
Is it still collaboration with the DA's office to have the case from arrest to disposition, or has that changed?
It's our effort. That's what we really want, and to be able to access we have access to our data of the arrests that are made and individuals who might end up reoffending, but we don't have access to all of the court data with the exception of keeping track of it and asking what's happening with this case and what's happening. It's not like an automatic pool of data that can help populate our dashboard because they're in separate systems. But overall, we're still having conversations about how we share data, how we paint the picture of what's really going on with the case from the beginning to the end. And the hiccups typically occur because of the fact that we don't own the data in the other house, and we can't present it when and where we want to present it. So we're still having conversations about how do we integrate our data, especially the court system data. We also have a team of individuals that are actually community members who have a court watch, and they're keeping track, and they have their own website and keeping track of various types of cases. Of course, it's not all populated on one system. You can go see what's going on with certain cases. And then on our dashboard, we're really talking about, or at least illustrating repeat offenders, those people that we've arrested before and back out, with some other type of offense. But because we have this aggressive effort on these various warrants, individuals who have warrants are still committing crimes too. And so we're sort of trying to attack it from different angles.
With the new VSIF grant, and I know we have GVIP, is there any coordination as it pertains to specifically these repeat offenders and the resources and efforts that are being made as it pertains to the VSIF grant? Did that make sense?
Yes, because the VSIF grant is helping with, various types of resources available to individuals who have commit crimes that might find themselves back in the criminal justice system. When we do call-ins of those individuals, we're giving them opportunities. When we call all of these folks in, we're giving them opportunities to get those resources that are available to them and try to convince them not to continue to commit crime. So that's one component of it. And VSIP is supporting some of those grassroots efforts. Some of the money is going, I think, to Heal 901 and some of those other groups that are doing that work.
I'll just say, and you let us know, and specifically me, as chair of the Public Safety Committee, I would really like to know how we can assist in efforts to complete that project with the dashboard. I am a firm believer that we don't know what changes to make if we have not collected the appropriate data to determine what's initiating or causing changes. Like to Councilwoman Green made a good point. Okay, if the crime is trending down across the nation, how do we know what efforts that we're exhausting here, if they're effective or not? How are they interrelated? And so I would really appreciate if you all would tell me how I can assist in maybe coordinating with the clerk's office, with the DA's office, if there's a way that we can assist in helping to facilitate that process so that we can get that done. I think it's really important that we know what's happening with cases from arrest all the way to disposition and whether or not these same people are reappearing back on your list again.
And we welcome that help because we've had conversations, but it might need to come to this level where, your influence might be of assistance in getting our hands on the court's data as well so that we can paint that whole picture. Right now, we're painting a picture from resources going to some of our offenders to whether or not they end up in court, but information like plea deals, information like release on recognizance, some of that we find out, later on. But I think it's an opportunity to have a more open conversation about how we're transparent with data, not just in the Memphis Police Department, but in other parts of that ecosystem.
And then one last question, and I saw the gap that you showed in homicides. How are you all keeping up? I know that at the beginning of the year there was kind of some discrepancy as to the solve rate for homicides. Where are we right now with the homicide solve rate?
I think we're seeing improvements mainly because of the fact that we've added additional investigators.
And I was going to ask you that. So we have added additional investigators.
Yes.
How many new investigators?
We added 12 additional investigators about 6 months ago, maybe a little bit more than that. I can't remember, Don. But we added 12 additional detectives. The Memphis Police Department's homicide unit has traditionally run sort of 9 to 5 and then call outs where they have to come back, as opposed to having a shift on the evening shift where those officers are going out and handling cases and not coming from home to handle cases. So now we have a day shift homicide team and an evening shift homicide team. I think we'll really know how effective it is over the next, I would say, 6 months to see how effective it has been, that they have a lower caseload. Each detective has a lower caseload, and that typically contributes to a better clearance rate because you're not trying to manage so many cases at one time.
Right now, we're right at about 54% clearance rate.
Thank you, Chief. Any other Councilwoman Green?
I'm sorry, we didn't get a copy of this slideshow, and I was trying to find it while you were going through your homicide numbers. Can you go back to the beginning of this presentation? Okay, so you're showing, and you have this listed as murders, not homicide.
These are murders with intent. This is not like accidental deaths or anything like that. These are all just murders with intent.
I asked that because I just had a conversation with Mayor Young on Friday, and he told me the number was 289.
That's homicides. That's everything.
Okay.
That's an accidental or, negligent, or justified. So we thought it was important that we see what the murders are comparatively to other cities who capture murder rates and not just lump everything in. But on our normal reports, this was just an extra one that we did, just to give some perspective on, murders with intent. But on the normal presentations that we send out, that homicide number includes everything, DVs, justifiables, all of that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that distinction, especially as we're talking about dashboards and comparative data and comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, that we're all using the same terminology and numbers, because that looks like a great, downward trend that I hope we continue. And I hope that we end up on both numbers under 300, but I don't know where we are right at this moment. Like I said, that was, several days ago, and I know stuff happened this weekend.
Right at about, homicides are right at about 280 something, about 284, I think.
And we will get a copy of this. Okay.
Yes, that was put together earlier this morning.
That's okay.
For me. Yeah.
That's why I really wanted to hear this part, and then I was looking for it. The other thing, since we've talked about the solve rate and the new detectives, I just wanted to do a quick heat check with you on how we're doing on both use of overtime and our turnover rates, like what retirements, separations, et cetera, versus incoming classes, recruits that are not making it. How are we doing on staffing levels, and how are we doing on use of overtime?
And so what we'll do is we'll just make a habit of bringing that with us. Normally it's crime update, but I'd be glad to just give you information. We're graduating the class on this Thursday. I believe it's 38 recruits that are graduating. We're starting a class of about 60 on Thursday as well. Matter of fact, no, they started this week. They started Monday, yesterday. We're doing quite well still with recruiting. Retention is going down. I have to send you the exact numbers, but the attrition rate is lower this year than it was last year. I think the incentives that officers are receiving and some of the boosts that have been afforded have been a great help, thanks to council. But we're continuing to aggressively hire to try to improve the numbers of detectives that we have in different units. That will help us with our clearance rates too. But what we're trying to do is be very measured, because every time we promote detectives, we're pulling people off the street. So now that we're bringing a class, on the street, we'll have an opportunity to promote more detectives too.
Yeah, and whatever I think, I don't want to speak for everybody, but whatever I can do, whatever others can do to help with that retention of talent, we definitely want to be a part of those conversations. It's one of the reasons why we fought so hard for the pay increase that the union asked for last year. But I think some of our stuff around the mental health stuff with OJI,
wellness.
I think that hopefully will help. But whatever it is, big or small, that we can help with, please let us know. And overtime.
And the overtime is, and I mentioned it before, our overtime is typically sort of seasonal. We're also trying to condition, and I'm just going to use that terminology, condition some of our supervisors to be more cognizant of managing overtime as well. We are actually restricting overtime for the month of January, because most of the work that's being done is done during the holidays and during festive seasons and basketball season and so on. And so overtime is being approved for complement to make sure that we have enough officers on a watch, as opposed to,
I want to work overtime today, and they just go sign in at some other precinct. So we've had to put some regulatory sort of measures in place for our overtime so that during this fiscal year, we end in a good place.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to avoid, again, is the last minute $15 million request that, at the very last hour, we've got to approve because we've got to get people paid. And I don't want to restrict what is a need out on the street. So that's why I also asked about recruitment because, I know we need people in certain places. But I appreciate you being mindful of the overtime because I believe when we got a report, I think it was in November, we were already at like 44% of it spent.
Yeah.
And so that's concerning because that trend can't keep up in us keep a balanced budget in your department at least. So thank you for that. And again, if there's other things that we can do to help you guys out, I believe this council's ready and willing because we want to keep seeing this trend go way, way down.
We do too. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick clarifying, or I want to make sure I understand. When we see on the news groups of young people or people going into a business and coming out with merchandise, just walking
Smash
out.
and grabs.
Yes. Can you share what the business, what's going on with that in the city of Memphis? Is that an organized ring, or is these just random people? And what can a business do? I know you all do those meetings and things like that, but is it possible for them to contact you for their specific situation and get some relief or some assistance? A business came into my district and was getting ready to open, and then all of their equipment was stolen out of the building. And this is, to my knowledge, the first time that's happened. So I'm very concerned because we've got to get some help for the business community as it relates to this smash and grab situation. I know you all are doing all you can and working on that. If you could kind of shed some light on the information you can share. I mean, I don't want to compromise anything that you're doing, but I'm concerned.
So we typically see these kinds of incidents. They happen periodically. We haven't had any real rashes, but at the same time, we're cognizant this time of year because this is the time of year that people are trying to commit crimes of opportunity during the holidays, whether they're trying to rob a postal person or smash and grab. But that's why we have our community impact officers that we hired back. Most of them are retired detectives. They go out to businesses. They help them just shore up their business, give them recommendations about camera equipment. And really, our team over at the Real-Time Crime Center, we actually send people out to really help them identify the least expensive types of cameras that they can put up. And most of the time, they take that advice and how they can change the storefront, just a myriad of crime prevention sort of tips that we try to provide for them. And if they need directed patrol at that particular location, the precinct will be glad to provide directed patrol for them, especially during busy times. It's just a matter of us knowing that particular location and giving them some help. We want our new businesses to be able to thrive in Memphis, and it's unfortunate when something like that happens, but we'd like to get that information and see if we can actually visit them and help them out.
Is that, are you seeing that trend go down, up? Is it organized? Is it random? Is it young people?
Sort of random, because we haven't really seen, and we discuss these trends every Monday in our ComStat meetings. And right now, don't want to jinx anything, but right now we haven't seen rashes of smash and grabs. Joe, you can speak to that.
Okay.
It is random. It's usually like teenagers, neighborhood, pull that. And then once that occurs, we get video detectives investigate it very frequently. But on the business that you're mentioning,
I'll get with you after this meeting, and I need to know where it is, contact, and we'll send one of my sergeants out to talk to them about crime prevention, and then to get cameras. If they have them already, then we'll integrate it with Connect Memphis.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what effect, if any, do we have with Jimmy Johnson leaving GVIP? You know, how's that going to work? And yeah, it seems to me like there's been a big drop in the way in violent crimes since we had that more sophisticated integration with with your system looking for the shooter reviews. Do you think those shooter review change has made a difference in how you've been able to decrease the number of murders?
You know, we look forward to whoever or whatever model, we continue, that we think that's important.
It looks like they're going to blend the model with,
Yeah.
that model looks like it's being blended where we're having everything put together in one unit, which is the way it was supposed to be in the beginning.
Our shooting reviews are continuing. We have a shooting review every Wednesday at 2:00. They're still very effective. And most of Jimmy Johnson's team, they weren't involved in that part. However, our team connected with them when we saw individuals that needed resources, and it was a smooth handoff. So I'm pretty sure that the administration is going to continue that, because we started seeing some effectiveness and some enthusiasm amongst those offenders, those individuals feeling like somebody's going to help me do something different. Some of those individuals really wanted to do something different. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members in the queue and no other business before this committee, we are adjourned.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee meeting, Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, December the 17th. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. And Chair Spinoza.
Here. We're ahead of schedule today.
All right.
'Tis the season. All right. 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1. As usual, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. No need to vote on it. President McGowan, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and present. Item 1 that we have is service well replacement pumps and motors. We spoke about this a bit during the budget, that we'll be putting some new wells in. This is new equipment for existing wells. $412,000. 2 bidders, National Water Services and Bar Environmental. What this is 5 replacement pumps and motors for damaged or out of service wells. What you see here is a picture. On the left is the actual pump. On the right is the motor. What this allows us to do is buy these, have them in stock, put them in to take some wells that are currently out of service and put them in service to be producing again. We have the opportunity after this to put some more, another bid out for this so that we can have some spare parts. That's the problem. It takes a while to rebuild these, so this will give us some extra capacity in our water system. So increased capacity and reliability of 5 wells from this action. Item number 2 is professional engineering services for gas engineering and operations in the amount of $60,000. This is a contract renewal with Fisher and Arnold. They supplement our engineering staff for technical skills on specific projects in MLGW gas facilities. Item number 3 is Samsara Fleet Safety and Track Solution. Samsara, this is very similar to the project that the city of Memphis has in its vehicles. These are cameras and GPS that allow us to track and keep track of where our vehicles are. The Samsara also provides a warning to our drivers if they're speeding, if they're following too close. This has been really effective for MLGW. You can see that we've really driven down the number of preventable vehicle collisions by 20%, and we've reduced speeding incidents by more than 90% just by having this technology. So this is the second phase for us. We're rolling it out into all of our vehicles. We had about 1,500 or so outfitted, and this will roll it out to the rest of our vehicles. A really great program. Next is, the three next ones are for our computer systems. The first is network maintenance in the amount of $1.16 million, takes us through February of 2026. This maintains the actual network equipment that we have. When we talk about network equipment, this is all of the computer networks that we have to allow us to continue to operate the business support units that we have in MLGW. Also licenses, support maintenance, and then for security equipment as well. The next is Veeam backups and replication. We have what we call a virtual server environment where we actually store data in the cloud. It's not actually a hard computer server, but this is the backup and replication of that so that we always make sure we have a backup copy of everything that we have for all of our customer information, our enterprise operating, our metering, our mobile dispatch, et cetera. So that's what this is. It's a 3-year award for backups. The next is Veritas Network Backup Renewal. Now this is a backup for the actual hard servers that we have. So we have things stored in the cloud, we have things stored on actual hard servers. This is the backup data. So if those servers ever went down, we can always reach out and get the data. Yes.
Let the record show Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman White just joined us. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The next item is for switchgears. Switchgears are an essential part of our electric distribution system. This is for Wesco Distribution in the amount of $238,000. What you see is a picture of what a switchgear looks like. It looks like a very large cabinet that has electronic components in there. We use this as part of our normal distribution construction. In this case, we'll be buying 7 of these 3-phase, 25,000-volt pad-mounted switchgears that are relatively large pieces of equipment, typically for large commercial or multifamily installations. The The next is 1-ton trucks with service bodies. We'll be buying 5 1-ton trucks with the service bodies. Those are the big square boxes on the back where our trucks keep their tools, to replace 5 outdated vehicles that will be sent to auction. This keeps our crews on the street, keeps our maintenance folks out there doing the maintenance on electric, gas, and water systems. The next is well lots turf management in the amount of $125,000. As you know, we have 10 pumping stations. Those 10 pumping stations are served by water wells. On those well lots, they're typically fenced off, but there's a lot of grass. And to keep us from adding to any unsightliness from overgrown weeds, we have a well lot management, turf management that gets out there and cuts those lots to make sure they stay in compliance with what you would expect in your neighborhood. The next is temporary employment services for general labor services. So when we have a gap in capacity with our folks that work at MLGW, we bring on some temps, typically between 35 and 55 utility workers and between 15 and 20 clerical staff. This can be because we have somebody who is on FMLA, somebody who's on military leave, somebody who's out sick on a protracted short-term or long-term disability. But these folks come in and fill the void when we have people who are absent and can't work. Finally, the Family Medical Leave Act. This is an administrator to provide administration for short-term and long-term disability, administration of family medical leave. And as people go through that accommodation process, this is a third-party provider that makes sure that everybody gets what they're entitled to and that they are guided through the process of getting those benefits of Family Medical Leave Act. And that concludes the presentation of the consent agenda, Mr. Chair, subject to your questions.
Thank you, President McGowan. I've got 2 council members in the queue, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and Councilwoman Logan. We'll go to Councilwoman Swearingen Washington first.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do. We appreciate you, and especially your responsiveness.
Yes, sir.
My question
Yes,
is for the fiber implementation,
fiber
installment.
Yes.
How are we doing with that? Because I know that we're going to be relying on that for some of the cameras that we have ready to install.
I'm happy to give you a full update on that. I'll be meeting with the company that's doing that. Remember, MLGW is involved in, we are the utility that they're attaching to. We're not driving the fiber, but we do know that, I just had an update this morning, they've already passed about 6,000 premises. Next year, they anticipate passing about 85,000 premises. It's a 5-year project to get all around the city. So a lot of the baseline work has been done with the nodes around the city that will have the key nodes where that fiber will come into and be distributed from. And now it's the distribution system, hanging it on the poles, boring it underground. So the project is well underway. We have 2 contract firms helping MLGW with our throughput on those designs. And so I know we've been approving several thousand attachments per month, which is a necessary part of getting that fiber on the pole or putting it under the ground. So we can come back together with the city and provide an update on how that's going.
It would be helpful for us to know which areas that they have been able to install. And then as we are assigning cameras in those areas, we'll know, well, this will be a good area, or maybe we need to wait on this area until the fiber is installed, or however.
Okay, I'll make sure we get that done for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good deal. And just follow up, Councilwoman Walker was curious, is this blue suede?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I think I should have said that. This is the Blue Suede, the city's Blue Suede network partnership to put ubiquitous fiber in front of 85% of all of the homes and neighborhoods in the city. MLGW is a partner in that because we are helping them to attach to our infrastructure to make that happen.
Okay, thank you for that. Blue Suede will be here next month to give us an update.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're good, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. When you come back with about the fiber, can you also give us an update on the street lights?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, we can.
Okay, a detailed.
Yes, we'll give you
a
detailed update on that for sure.
Okay, and the other question, last time y'all were here, y'all brought some trucks. So I know, like, your presentation on your capital spend for the year, these right here, like when you come with this fiscal ask of replacing these trucks, this has already been baked into that, or
Yes,
is this
ma'am.
something different?
No, ma'am, this is already in. This expenditure will happen in this fiscal year. So this is in the 24 budget, and then we have other replacements that are planned and budgeted in the 25 budget. So this is all inside the budget. This is nothing that's exterior to the budget or increase from the budget.
So the total, and I can go back, but I don't have time to go back. If you could just tell me, how many of these are you gonna come with? What was the total number of 5-ton trucks?
Well, this is 5 of the 1-ton trucks in this purchase. So these are about $60,000 each. What I could do is also come back with an assessment of our rolling stock, our replacement schedule for that. We're doing the same thing. This is very similar. Our 5-year plan for replacing 2 transformers and 10 circuit breakers. We have a plan for all that. I could put forward a plan for our anticipated rolling stock replacement. Obviously, if a truck's wrecked, that's going to be have to be replaced. But this is our planned replacement cycle.
Okay, so that would be great if you could just bring that, let accompany this with that, you know, that report, so we can kind of see where the overall.
I won't have that today, but I'll get that.
Oh, of course not. I'm just saying moving forward when you do present. I love this because it helps us to stay,
Gives you context
abreast
for
of what's going on. Yeah. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We've got Councilman Warren, and then another quick follow-up question from Swearingen, Washington. Go ahead, Councilman.
Mine's pretty quick. I've just had some constituents point out there's still lights out on Central and Hollywood, and just wondering if you'd give us a comment about how they could let people know so you could get on them.
Sure. We have right now about 360 work orders for street lights out. So we do, people will still call. We still look at our system to determine where those are and dispatch our crews every day to go out there and correct those. Council members are good about advocating for that on behalf of their citizens, on behalf of their constituents. And so I'm aware of that one. I've been aware of several others. There's some on Sam Cooper today that there's a string of about 10. That's typically a fuse that blows, and we have to go out and reset the fuse. So, yes, sir, we're aware of that one.
And on this, so you said 360 that you know of. What's sort of the time frame that you would normally be able to take care of that?
We have some additional resources now that are helping us get that done more quickly. We had, remember, this is coming off of when we started last year, almost 2,000 work orders in addition to replacing all the LED street lights. So
we're down from 2,000 to 360.
Yeah, so our typical turnaround time is a week or 2 to get these knocked out. There are some that have been longer, I'll admit, because we're working to find out where the underground power fault is. But we're still doing some replacements of the LEDs, especially the high mast lights on the interstates, which are those very tall 6 or 8 lights. So that kind of work in some of the underpass as well is still being transitioned. So that should be done here in the next few weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you, Councilman Warren.
Did you do those lights under the underpass and the viaducts?
That is part of the transition, yes. So when you see dramatically different light under the viaducts, that is part of the LED conversion.
Oh, well, thank you. I've had so many community members, so we're thankful for that. I want to ask you about the LED lights when they just blink and blink and blink and blink and blink.
That is typically a power fault under the ground, and so there's, I'll give you an example. There were 2 that were on Goodlet or Graham, just north of Walnut Grove. When we first put them in, they were flashing. Our guys went out and corrected them. Those 2 are flashing again. So there's obviously some kind of a fault in the power line under the ground there. So, but that indicates that there's a faulty voltage there when they're flashing. And our team has to figure out what's causing that faulty voltage.
Okay, it's one on Parkway. I'm gonna give you a location.
You send us a location, we'll get after it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council members? Councilman Ford.
Lights out Winchester, right over the interstate.
Yes, sir.
They've been doing that ever since they put up. Okay.
We were just made aware of I was made aware several times of the lights at Winchester there in that area.
Right,
so our team is out.
Right where the interstate
Right.
is.
Our team is aware of that and they're out working on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, I think we're good with item number 1. We'll move ahead to item number 2. Item number 2, resolution approving the nomination of Mr. Rodney Cleek to fill the position of Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Secretary Treasurer with an annual salary of $231,608. I have a motion.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded, made by Councilman Ford, seconded by Vice Chair Walker. President McGowan.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to present to you Mr. Rodney Cleek. As you know, City Council has some authority over the actual individuals at MLGW, specific to the president, the general counsel, and in this case, the VP of Finance and Secretary of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. We've been fortunate, and I think this afternoon on the agenda, we're going to be honoring the person who served that role for the last 13 years, Mr. Dana Jeans. Very capable, competent, and has done just a wonderful job for this community. And if you read the resolution, you'll hear some of the wonderful savings he's provided to our customers. His right-hand man in all of this has been Mr. Cleek. He has been trained for the last decade or so, as have many of the people on the Division of Finance. He is a stalwart member of the team. There is nothing that he won't do when we ask him to, even if it's not a finance thing, just being a part of emergency response. He is an engineer by trade. He is a finance professional, and he has been a part of all the things that MLGW has done over the past 25 years. He's a Memphian, diehard Tigers fan, and he has earned my complete trust, and I hope that I have your support for his appointment today. And what I would like, Mr. Chair, with an affirmative vote, if we could at least send it downstairs for a vote tonight. I'm not asking for same night minutes, though.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. And I will, without objection, add same night minutes. Anybody object to that? All right, no objection, so we'll add same night minutes. Any council members want to speak? All right, no one's going to speak, so we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor of this motion, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Maybe a comment from
The
the
same night minutes. Yeah, and Rod, would you like to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just grateful and honored to be able to be here for the vote. And just to say something about Light, Gas, and Water, it's just been a blessing to work there for 25 years. Wife and I have been married for 30 years. We've raised 3 kids while I've been working at Light, Gas, and Water, so it means a lot to me, the company. So, and I'm standing on the shoulders of giants that have come before me, and in particular Dana Jeans back there. And Dana's been at the company 36 years, so I just want to, publicly thank him for all that he's, invested in me, and I just appreciate this opportunity to serve.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right, council members. All right, thank you, sir. Congrats. Look forward to working with you. Thanks. All right, item number 3 on the agenda. Discussion regarding the status of $50 million miscellaneous FERC, FERC, and electric. This was requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. President McGowan, do you want to speak to this?
I just want to be
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, would you?
I'll just be responsive to the councilwoman.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your response back. I got it back the same date. I just missed it, and I want to appreciate and apologize for that. I missed it. It was an oversight on my part, but I did get it back as soon as you requested. My concern with a couple of things, and I wanted to give you some just some details of justification of this $5 million and what you have given to me. The $5 million miscellaneous distribution for the FERC and electric, and I asked you what the breakdown of the items, and you said the miscellaneous distribution expense was $50.4 million in 2025 budget with a $14.0 million variances, which compared to the 2024 budget. The thing that I want to talk about is why this is important, and just giving you some pointers. I did a deep dive and I broke this thing down. The $32.7 million is categorized as other. Is a significant portion of the MLGW budget. Yet it lacks clarity, making it difficult to access whether these funds are being spent efficiently or appropriately. Within that, the $19.1 million that is allocated to the contract services. The tree trimming was $9.4 million. Costs have increased by $2.4 million compared to last year. Non-cycle trimming activities may indicate unplanned or insufficient spending without comparative bidding process or clear operational need. This increase could be represented as a financial red flag. The next thing is the environmental service, which was $6.7 million. This is what you sent to me, and so I went and did a deep dive. While essential for compliance, the scope of the necessity of these services need to be verified to rule out duplications of excessive charges. The $9.2 million allocated to the IS and the PC software raised a concern with me about underutilizing the license, the redundance of underutilizing the license without clear documentation. This could lead to wasteful spending. My suggestions and my action moving forward, I want to push for detailed reporting on these costs, including contracts, the scope of the work, and benchmarking against similar utilities. Unless these trees are growing extraordinarily fast, we got a problem. Because if you can increase to 2.4 million, that raises a concern and a red flag. And we just can't keep rubber stamping budgets when they come. Just not only you, President McGowan, but anyone. Why this is important to me and important to the constituents. The $12.1 million for reallocation correction reflects a significant adjustment, raising another concern to me about the proud misclassification of errors that can possibly happen. Ensuring that the compliance with the FERC rules is critical for transparency and accountability. Tree trimming costs once again increased by $2.4 million, which may suggest, again, insufficiency in the vendor, management, or contract negotiations. So I just we just have to really look at what we're doing. So my action is to request a full audit of the reallocation corrections to confirm that they align with the FERC requirements and to avoid mismanagement of funds. To validate the necessity of contract services increases and review vendor contracts for performances and cost effectiveness. Then I look at it again and I located a service jump by 1.9 million due to peak season demand, but this increase needs validation against the actual service and utilization of any operational needs. These are just certain things that just are not adding up when I looked at the budget and I looked at the 50 million. And these are concerns because we just can't keep rubber stamping. We gotta do things more efficiently and cost effectively. I advocate for increased maintenance spending. Maintenance expenses are 7% of total operating costs, significantly lower than the industry average of a 10 to 12%. The in investment could increase the risk of outages, reduce assessment lifespans, and lead to a higher long-time cost for emergency repairs. Proactive maintenance is critical for us, reassuring reliable service and reducing customers' complaints. Investing in regular maintenance can also reduce, and I think that you all are trying to do that, the risk of regulatory fines or non-compliance. I would suggest to advocate for aligning maintenance spending with industry standards to prioritize preventive measures or overly costly reactive solutions. I request a detailed plan for maintenance activities and how they will address potential reliability issues. These are just things that when I went and looked at that 50 million and the explanation that you gave to me still raised some concerns I'm a customer, and then I'm a government official that sits here. Mm-hmm. And so when I look at these numbers and I see, and then what you give me is still not in a business form, because in a business form, miscellaneous are unknown, but you just put others. When I look at 2.13 of the material and 7.8 of the equipment, that's 2 to 3 times more than the 16.8 million of your labor. That doesn't add up. It just doesn't calculate. So you're just spending more. I know you're about to, I'm about to cut it off. But these are the things that are questionable when it comes to budget. And we as a council, a 13-member council, just rubber stamp, and we don't really get a chance to deep dive and really look into it. So I know that we're getting a new appointment. I would just like to see more detail like this, and we can go over it and sit down. And so my board of recommendation for efficiency is audit high-volume contracts, enhance the monitoring, and prioritize strategies investment, meaning shift spending toward maintenance and infrastructures, which I think we're doing, to project to align with long-term reliability goals to reduce future cost. And so when you bring a budget to us and to me, and I don't know to anybody else of my council members, when you just say miscellaneous, that's a red flag. I'm a prior business person. Just miscellaneous can mean anything. We need a broke down detail. I need to see what you're doing with the citizens' money, how we're using it. And it's not to beat up anyone. Let me just make sure. I like clarity. I trust, but I verify. And I'm 12 months in this, and I'm learning, and I'm seeing how things are done, patterns and practicing, and how people normally sit here, and how prior administration, how we messed up. We don't have a time to do this anymore. We don't have that. It's an urgency that we do what we need to do. And we know that MLGW is a burden to our citizens. But however, we know that January, an increase is coming again for the people again in January. Because the prior council, as Councilwoman Green said a couple meetings ago, passed this without even really looking at it long term to see how effective this would be. And so let's just do a better when you come to budget. Miscellaneous is insufficient. It's insufficient. And I will pass this along to you since you're the new, and I'll give you what I investigated, what it looks like, and what I expect next time doing budget. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any comments?
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Councilwoman. And I agree that clarity is important. And I can understand the MLGW budget is in a different form than the city's budget. The FERC requirements and the way that we align that can be obtuse. And so we can do a better job of explaining that. But from your lips to God's ears, exactly what you said is exactly what we are doing. We are increasing investment in preventative maintenance that includes tree trimming, replacement of outdated infrastructure, and then modernizing the grid. All of that aimed at improving reliability for our customers. And so if it's not linear and we can't extract it from the information we give you, we need to do a better job of explaining how this contributes to that. And we are absolutely willing to do that. I do want to say that MLGW, I think, uplifts our customers because we provide the best drinking water in the country. We provide the lowest combined rates across the country, and we provide incredibly reliable gas power. So I understand that there is an energy burden for some of our customers, but this is one of the most valued and important assets that we have in our entire community to ensure that people can live a prosperous life. We think very deliberately about how we can help our customers, and that's what this is all about, is to make sure that we get the best reliability for all of our customers. So we will do a better job of explaining this in the future. We will do a better job of translating the accounting from FERC to what makes sense. I will say just one comment on a specific thing, and Rod, we'll come back to you, Councilman, on the specifics. Two things. One of the increases is because we did an internal realignment of electric, gas, and water. They used to be matrixed, and when we did that realignment, we had to transfer costs in the accounting ledger. We need to explain that to you. Yes. The second is the tree trimming. We're still under the same cap of costs that we had, which was significantly increased over the prior contract. It was significantly increased because, quite frankly, I'll say it again, we hadn't met a tree trimming goal at Memphis Lake Gas and Water in 27 years. We were 7 years behind, and so we're typically on a 3-year cycle. If you want to know why costs are almost double, it's because we were 3 years behind. The increase that you see here is because our teams are actually going faster. Councilman Maloga asked us last time, do you need to take 3 years to get on a 3-year cycle? And we said, no, we don't, as a matter of fact, so we will go faster. So in the 25 budget, in 24, we were supposed to cut 1,400 miles in 24. We cut 1,650. and then we're supposed to cut that same amount this time. We're going to get done early. Won't tell you how much early because we want to overpromise and underpromise and overdeliver. But we are going to get on a 3-year cycle faster than 3 years. We're not going to spend any more money than we committed to spend in the contract, and then we'll come back and look at how we can do things more efficiently in the future. But we've got to get the trees trimmed. That's why we're enjoying improved reliability right now, because we're actually doing exactly what you said, the preventative maintenance. But I get you. We've got to come back and translate what's the number on the paper. What does that mean to people? We're happy to do that.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. Real quick, we've got we've got 4 council members in the queue: Councilman Warren, then Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. And I'll say this real quick before everybody speaks, just real quick. Next year, if anyone wants to, and I've done this, and I say this humbly, go spend, if you can, I think it was probably 6 hours doing a joint ride, with the crew out in the field. Went to the facility on Covington Pike another day. Just a suggestion, you talked about the consolidation of the 3 units. That was something that, again, I knew that happened because we talked about it when I was sitting there in the war room looking at all the different screens. So I think it would be time well used for all of us, and I'm going to do it again, just because when you're talking to citizens sometimes, or you get an email or something, you might be able to respond and answer a question and be like, oh yeah, I saw that, like with my own eyes, and doing joint rides with people. So that was my attempt to be quick. All right, Councilman Warren.
I'll try to do the same thing. I think one of the issues that was mentioned is we've been spending more on tree trimming, and that's why the reliability is better. So as we're trying to explain to our constituents, when they look at that and they're saying, they put all this extra money on tree trimming, that means they haven't been doing a good job. Well, yeah, that's true. We haven't been doing as good a job as we want. But now, if you think about our outages and how long we're out when it occurs with a storm, it seems to me like we're getting people back up online more rapidly and we're having fewer outages. So that's the message we want to get out so people can see that. That's what the extra money we're spending is doing. So I'm glad we're seeing that. And hopefully when outages come, they'll go away very quickly, and that's going to be important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, have you shared that with your colleagues?
I haven't yet.
Okay.
I've been working on it for a while, but I will get this to each one of you all.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to receiving that, and thank you for your response, President McGowan. I'm looking forward to the updates and the details. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Councilwoman Logan.
Mine's very quick. I appreciate the work that you all are doing on the tree trimming. It is helping our reliability. And the lights, the reason why I always bring up the lights is because the light helps with crime. And that is very important for residents and businesses. So if we could figure out how to expedite that and have a better way of reporting or identifying. I know, because I was thinking that the lights were on the smart grid thing where you could see the ones that are out, how long they've been out, what the problem is with them, and then deploy the resources to go and fix them. But I don't know if that's actual.
Yes, ma'am. That is still the plan. That's part of the implementation plan. Today, we can actually see that, but sometimes it's more data than you can absorb because sometimes it will turn off and you see a power fault that's not really a power fault. So our team is refining that data on the dashboard to ensure that, and this is part of the implementation process. We knew there'd be some learning there, but that's where it's going to be. That's what we committed, is to have that street light, which is called, the monitor on top, which will tell us the health status of the light, tell us when it's out. It's doing that today, but there's a lot of false reports in there. So we're trying to refine how we know a real one is out. So we're getting to the point, we're much better than we were, and we're getting to the point where it's going to be exactly what you're asking for.
Have numbers on them?
I can, and I'd love to show you kind of the data that we have, and I'll be happy to sit down and show you. You can see the pole number, the voltage, whether it's on, whether it's off. You can see the entire history of how long it's been on, when it came on, when it went off, all that kind of stuff. It's just with 110,000 lights trying to absorb all of that at once and figure out which one's the real outage versus that's the part we're working through right now. So, but it has great promise and it's already showing great value for us.
Is there a dedicated team that does that?
Yes, we have a dedicated street light team and a person who's in charge of that. And so they do great work. That's how we got from several thousand down to 300. And we aim to keep it that way, get it down and be more responsive.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And then we have Councilwoman Swearinger Washington.
There had been some reference to the increases that MLGW had, but we know as homeowners or even owning a car, if you don't invest in your property, there are going to be negative consequences. And I know for myself, within the Orange Mound community, over there by Hamilton, some areas of Glenview, when it would rain, a lot of times their power would be out, trees falling, and you would have constituents calling and sharing concerns about their groceries going bad and their utilities are out and this and that and all types of emergencies. So I'm thankful that we have upped our game and invested the necessary resources so that we can have more tree trimmers out and we can do the necessary wiring and the infrastructure investment that we needed within our community. And we don't have as many outages as we had. And when we do have the outages, they don't last as long. So I'm thankful for the work that you've done and the commitment that we made to putting the resources into our community. And I look forward to continued great work in our partnership. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councilwoman. Agreed. Congratulations again, Rod. Any more council members? President McGowan, you look like you wanted to say something.
I just want to say thank you. I know it takes courage to make those investments and to analyze all the data and to do those things. And so I just appreciate the continued support. We'll always be here to answer questions and to make sure that we're accountable for results. But I want to also express my thanks to all of you for your continued support and continue to push us to up our game.
Thank you, sir. within the resolution if you're looking at it or if you got a copy of it. This aligns with the City of Memphis's commitment to reduce traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries. And then if you go down to where we have the FY26 capital improvement budget, we have that line itemed in there. And Mayor Young, I wanted to reassure him publicly that I'm not going to pigeonhole. We're not going to pigeonhole him and necessarily put this in CIP. But the intent is there from the 7th floor to find the funding for this. So it's essentially going to give every council member $300,000 to supplement this program, which is a great program, but it's going to supplement this program with more specific targeted things that might not necessarily be addressed by some of the funding within this program. So it really will give us an opportunity between now and next year's budget to speak confidently amongst our constituents and try to find ways to drive change and change up, add a crosswalk here and there. I know this week I've had 2 requests for crosswalks, so I'll leave that out there. If anybody has any questions, I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Item number 1. All those in favor of sending this downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? Item 1 passes. Item 2, colleagues, I failed to mention before we started, PD 24-04 will be held until the first meeting in January. That'll be in committee January 7th. Item 3, I'm going to introduce it and then hold it. Councilman Walker does want to make a statement, but item 3 is PD 24-13, East Shelby Drive, west of Tullahoma Road. Request is for planned development to allow a drop yard. This is in District 3 and Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Ford, second by JSW. Councilwoman Walker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make it known and go on the record and especially let my colleagues know that I do not support this project. I met with an individual from this project earlier in the year, and when I asked them about the impact to the residential neighborhoods on both sides of Shelby Drive, they told me that there were no residential properties in the area. As we looked at a map that they brought that clearly indicated houses on both sides of Shelby Drive. More specifically, this is the Oak Haven area, and I am currently dealing with multiple projects in the Oak Haven area as we speak that the citizens do not want. And I just wanted to go on record and share this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're not going to have any more discussion on item 3. That item will be back on the January 7th agenda. Moving on to item number 4, PD 24-16, 1389 Fairfax Street. The request is for a new planned development for vehicle storage. It's in District 7 and Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Moved by Ford, seconded by JSW. DPD, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. As you mentioned, this is PD 24-16. It's for a new plan development for vehicle storage at 1389 Fairfax Street. Apologize. Yes. And I'm frozen. There we go. To the left is a location map in the Hyde Park area. To the right, you see a vicinity map where public notices were sent to adjacent property owners. The left is a zoning map. The zoning of the property is RU1. To the north is EMP along Chelsea, and to the east is IH, heavy industrial. The land use map shows commercial, industrial, and the adjacent properties to the west and to the south are single family. Here's some photos of the property. There was an enforcement case on the property. So these photos were from a few months ago showing inoperable vehicles along the street. Some additional photos along the street showing
several cars parked in the property and along the street. This is an aerial showing some of the cars where the enforcement case came from. There were a lot of inoperable vehicles stored on site. This is a proposed site plan showing the number of vehicles that would be allowed if this were approved. This was found to be inconsistent with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. And in conclusion, this is a request to allow vehicle storage in an RU1 district. We found that this would not be in keeping with the neighborhood, and it is not meeting the intent of a plan development, which the intent and purpose of a plan development is to do something that is above and beyond what the current zoning allows. This is some information from the website for the applicant, Chips for Whips, which talks about junk car removal, impounding cars. I will say that I just spoke with the applicant, and between the Land Use Control Board and this meeting, he has updated the website, and I think that he will be able to provide some information on some of the changes that he is proposing to make to his operations. Staff did recommend rejection of the project. Land Use Control Board also recommended rejection. We did offer some amendments to their outline plan conditions, which are shown here. I have talked to the applicant, and they are agreeable to these outline plan conditions with the proposed amendments. They were, yes. And I can answer any questions about these if you'd like, and that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Mr. Bray, you want to speak on this item before we go to the council?
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record, please.
David Bray, 2950. David Bray, 2950 Stage Plaza North. So we originally took this not as a plan development, as a rezoning. If you go back to the zoning map, the property immediately to the north is zoned EMP. And there was some history on this, and I'll let Mr. Bright speak to that history on that, where it was believed that this property was also zoned that way. That's how he got in operation. And then as mentioned in the staff report, there was a citation. So we originally took it as a rezoning application. Land Use Control Board, they were concerned that rezoning would not address some of the issues. It was then converted to a PD to try and address some of those conditions with setback requirements, and to make sure that we were operating as we were standing. And at the time that Land Use Control Board asked us to convert it to a PD, we had support at Land Use Control Board. And then Mr. Ragsdale mentioned the website. That became a bone of contention at the second Land Use Control Board. Mr. Bright was not present at that meeting, and there was some language in there that led it believe that there was dismantling. This was more of a you pull it type place, which it is not. It is just storage. I'm going to let Mr. Bright speak now. He's lived in this neighborhood all his life.
Yes.
He owns the property next door. That's his residence.
Okay.
Go ahead. You tell us tell them how we got here. Name and address for the record first.
I live at 1381 Fairfax, presently known as 1389 East Fairfax Street. Both of the properties are connected to each other, got the same address.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Aaron Bright.
Thank you.
And both of them got 1389 East and 1389 Fairfax Street. So they were one company and one property, which it was already zoned EMP. They said they made a mistake on the map, and that's how it all got started. So I've been a fireman for 30 years. My family and I was born on that street. I got 6 properties and 3 houses on 3 of them on the 6 properties. My mother's rental property, my house, and the 2 lots next door where I keep my store cars. So the maps that you've seen are cars that probably been pulled in and out through uses of me using my tow truck, pulling cars in and pulling cars out, but they don't stay there no more than a day or so. And I take them to the junkyard and get them dismantled and sell the cars for scrap. That's what I do.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Isha Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions about the proposal. First from Mr. Ragsdale, you said that did land use approve or deny this request?
Rejected.
And do you have the slide with the main reasons that you all recommended rejection?
Yes, I think the main reasons are, when we initially had the enforcement case, there were many vehicles on the property and sometimes on the street. And then I think the website and the way it talked about what they did was a big reason that we felt that, there was potentially going to continue to have issues. So those were some of the main reasons.
And for the rest of the parcels that are along Fairfax going south, what are they mainly? I just got it pulled up on Apple Maps.
So on the right is the land use map. So they are mainly single-family homes to the west and to the south. And
that lot that's to the north of the highlighted area is just vacant lot?
It is vacant, and it is zoned EMP or light industrial along Chelsea there.
Okay. And Mr. Bright, you said 1339 is the address of your house or the junkyard?
It's 1389 Fairfax Street.
1389.
Also, my house is 1389. Actually, it was the office and it was a business next door. And when I bought the property, they sold me one first, then I bought the other one later. But both of them, if you look on the city county tax reserve, it's both 1389 Fairfax Street.
You said you bought it. Where did you grow up in this area?
I grew up in the house that I'm in now, pretty much next door.
So you next door, and then you bought the house that was next door to the house you grew up in, and then you bought the lot next to that and to store cars.
Yes, I did. And my mother lived on, we bought the lot next door to a house that burned up, and she lived on the next house. So we got 6 lots right by each other.
On Fairfax?
Yes, ma'am.
In between Chelsea and...
Right, and all of my properties are nice.
Matthews.
We look at them, we keep them clean, fenced in, the whole nine.
Well, we looked at a couple on the screen. That was yours, right?
Yeah, just that's then, but I'm not talking about now.
Is that what it looks like now?
No.
You got pictures?
I don't, but it don't look like that now. No.
Okay. We do have a picture of the fence that's been completed along the front.
Uh-huh.
Has there been a community meeting about this? Was that required by land use? Yes, ma'am. Has there been a community meeting? Yes, ma'am. I would have loved to attend. My house isn't too many far from there, maybe about a couple of blocks off of Chelsea. I would have loved to attend that. That says 2021, and the picture on the left is from 2024.
The house that I live next door, then I got the 10 house, right?
Do you work on the cars, or you just storing them? Whose cars are they?
Well, my business is called Chips and Whips. I got a towing service. And what
Okay,
I do,
so it's towing.
I buy junk cars and I sell them to the junkyard. That's what I do. But sometimes I resell those cars if I need to. And I need to store cars to work on the paperwork and all that other stuff.
Okay. And the request is to expand or to do what with the property since you're already working, doing the stuff on it? It
would actually be toned down from the pictures that you see there. The site plan, it would be a maximum of 26 cars, everything meeting the building setbacks for that district. So the cars would pull in off the road some and in off the neighboring properties some. And then we'd have the landscaping that goes between residential and commercial uses.
And as you can see where the 2 containers at, that land was already zoned EMP, but they said they made a mistake.
And then if this happens to not be approved as land use recommended, then what do you do?
Well, I mean, I am retired from the fire department. I do have an elderly mother. She's sick. My sister lived there. I live there. Like I said, I got 3 properties on those 6 properties, and I take care of all of them. I don't know. This is what I plan to do. I could have lived anywhere in Memphis, but I chose to live in
Okay. I think that right now we're going through a series of 3.0 renewal meetings. Have you attended any of those?
No.
Okay. They're really informational. I didn't the first time around 5 years ago, but now I have been. And The premise of it is to look to 3.0 as something that's guiding and steering our neighborhoods for a more progressive future and how we're thinking about how we're all living and working in synergy together. And so in this renewal, I'll shout out P&Z. They've been doing a great job of engaging the community and thinking about if anything needs to be changed, what needs to be changed, and how to move forward. One thing that a lot of community members have said in the north part of the 3.0 meetings is how the down zoning needs to happen up and down Chelsea Avenue, really stretching from the Douglas community, which is, Douglas community, to the east of your lot on Chelsea, really on down as we get to North Watkins. And so that's been one major thing that has been talked about amongst all the North communities that have come to the 3.0 meetings. I am under the guise that if this was approved, one, it would be against land use recommendation, but also it doesn't go with the community's vision and view for how they want their community to move forward. And I understand, Mr. Bright, you're from the community, you live there, and I think that being able just to think about more progressive and viable options for how we live, breathe, and work and just reside in a community and in our neighborhoods, and especially in the Hyde Park area, as we've talked about a lot on this council because of other things that have come up. We're looking at how to remediate a lot of the issues that were put forth by folks on this body years and years and years ago with how EMP and urban and industrial zoning has really plagued our neighborhoods. And so not blaming that on you. You weren't here, and neither was I. But I don't see how I can support this, as I know the community wouldn't support this or wouldn't have supported the starting of it, especially in on a residential side of the street where you are. Well, it ain't a back and forth thing, but I'm just letting you know that I wish I would have been invited to the community meetings, and I can't support this at all. It does not go with what 3.0 is trying to do. It doesn't go with what the community is trying to do. And it doesn't go with what I'm working in tandem with the community and how we're moving our areas forward, especially trying to get out of this plague of industrial and heavy zoning that is really hurting our communities. So that's all I have to say. I'll be voting a no in tandem with what Land Use Control Board recommended. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ragsdale, could you go back to the slide that had the tires stacked next to the fence? To the applicants, sir, do you currently have an inventory of tires on your property? Do you ever have tires?
I do have tires on my property, and I got a vendor that comes and picks them up like once a year.
Once a year.
Mm-hmm.
So did you know that the city will come and pick those tires up 5 at a time, absolutely free?
Yeah, but the tires that I have there actually have some rims on them, and sometimes I take the rims and I change them out on
Could you speak into the mic, please?
some
You
of
can
the
just
tires
push it
that-
up, pull it up
Yeah,
to you.
some of the tires that I have rims on them, the nice rims. So I normally keep stock of rims sometimes. That's what I do. Stack some rims in cars sometimes. But I know about tires. I don't. Once I get them taken off, I sell them to tire shops, and that's about it.
So you really don't discard them immediately because you keep them as inventory because you resell them.
Yeah.
But if you remove the rims, the city will pick those tires up 5 at a time,
yes,
absolutely free. And you can also go to the Collins landfill and dispose of them as well.
Right. We do have a place, right, that used to be the pig factory down the street where they actually shred those tires now. But right down the street off of Chelsea next to Cargill, I think they got a big shredder company there. But at any rate, I would like to say that the property that's across the ditch from me was a Goodwill at one point when I was a kid, and now it's some type of chemical plant where they process grease. And we've been getting a lot of problems from those people. It wasn't zoned, whatever it was zoned it now. Is zoned it now, wasn't zoned it then, but
We have grease and oil, noise, light, all kinds of stuff all around that whole area. Even in the back of me on that same street, we got a trucking company where trucks just come down the street all the time. And over on the south side, it's nothing there but businesses, and all the way around to where I'm at, businesses back to Douglas, and all the way back on the other side of Chelsea, there's nothing but businesses.
And so that's what my colleague, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, was speaking to, and I'm dealing with that in my district, District 3, where we have all this randomness, that's what I'm gonna call it, in the middle of residential areas. And we just are trying to put a stop on that, a pause on that. And so finally, have you thought about fencing the property off where the cars wouldn't be visible to the street?
They already fenced off, ma'am.
Well, how were we able to see the cars?
Those are cars that I've taken out for a little while in order to take them to the junkyard. But
No, not this picture. There were. Okay.
That's the front of my property where the cars are. That's it.
The fence on the left is, that's the accurate fence.
Yes,
now.
that's the accurate fence.
The fence on the right, that's an older picture.
Right.
It's now screened.
Yeah, that's not, it's this fence is the one. It's fenced it off. It's got a ditch on the other side in M zone, and my property was M zone. At one point, when you see all the brown there, it was EMP also. And then I got my house next door, so I only had, well, they say that the only part was a house supposed to be there.
Okay, thank you for that. And like I said, in conclusion, we're dealing with this in certain parts of the city, and we're trying to slow this down, at least if not stop it. All this randomness, all these different things going on in residential communities, and we are just not going to tolerate this. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, P&Z, and thank you, Mr. Bright, for the presentation. I just have one quick question because there is a discrepancy and I just need some clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
It says, this is for you. I'm just trying to make sure. It says Super District 9 and my analyst that's helping me, and then it says District 7. And I think when I looked it up, it's still saying 8. So which super district is it in? Could there be some clarity? Because I know there may have been some rezoning may have happened, but could you give me some clarity which super district it's in?
Excuse me, it is listed here as Super District 8, and can I get back to you on that and double check that?
You sure can.
If it, yes.
You sure can.
That's what it's listed at. I think that is correct, but
Well,
I'll
no, we
double-
have it as 9, I think.
Oh, the agenda?
P&Z agenda, it says 9, but I believe it is 8.
Oh, okay.
Is it 8? But on the agenda, it says 9.
Oh, okay, I got.
And so I'm just trying to make some clarity of which.
I believe it's 8. We have
Is
it
it
as
8?
8 in the packet, and I'll double check. And
I appreciate that. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think this is an excellent case of the importance and the urgency for us to complete this rezoning of the city of Memphis. It is just unbelievable how this could happen, you know, to have this car lot right beside a house. And I'm not really faulting him because he's doing what we're allowing him to do as a city. To me, this is one of the most urgent issues that we need to address in the city proper, because this is all across everybody's districts. The zoning is just all over the place. And there's no real comprehensive, and I'm glad we've started this process. I really appreciate Director Zena for understanding and for seeing how urgent this need is. But we need, just like, you know, in other municipalities, there are laws and ordinances that govern how communities should look and feel and behave. That has to be written in the books. And so for him to be able to put this lot in the middle of this neighborhood with all, you know, children riding bikes going down, all kind of stuff going on, and it really is not aesthetically pleasing, no
no fault to him for what he's done with this fence. I mean, that looks nice, but how you can't dress up a car lot in the middle of a neighborhood. Would you want that next door to you, Mr. Bray? Would you want so we have to really, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I just want everybody to think about what we're doing. We've always been a body that supports community and support healthy community and support, vitality, the children being able to run up and down the street playing, grandmom and them walking around, being able to enjoy the sunset, or just having neighborly conversations. You don't want a car lot in the middle of your neighborhood per se. And that's not your fault. I'm not directing this to you. This is for everybody that knows who it's for. So we have to really be about our business of looking at the zoning and making it a priority to right size our communities and our neighborhoods and decide where things need to be and go ahead and make that a priority, because this is all over the place. It's unbelievable how this could happen. So I just wanted to make certain that we see what type of problems this is causing by us not prioritizing getting this right. So I'm so excited again for Memphis 3.0 Part 2, Phase 2, and I think we need to fast track whatever we need to do to shore up our communities and neighborhoods. So, because, this is what we have to deal with. With that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, any other questions, comments? All right, all those in favor of sending this downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. All those opposed, signify by saying nay. I'm also a nay. That item will be sent downstairs in 3 weeks with a negative recommendation. Colleagues, we're going to skip to item number 7, SUP 24-11, 4965 Summer Avenue. The request is for a special use permit to allow vehicle sales, specifically ATVs. This is District 2, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, second by JSW. DPD, you have the floor.
Alexis Longstreet with DPD, presenting on special use permit 2024-11, located at 4965 Summer Avenue. This is a special use permit to allow vehicle sales of ATVs in the commercial mixed-use 3 zoning district. This property is located within the Jackson neighborhood. About 36 notices were mailed out on July 1st. As I mentioned earlier, this property is zoned CMU3 along Summer Avenue, surrounded by like uses of commercial as well as industrial uses. Here are some of the site photos. It was previously a title loan place. It has now been refinished with signage and displays that reflect the ATV sales business. Here's a concept plan that was submitted originally by the applicant. There are 2 60-foot curb cuts along Summer Avenue. There are 9 parking spaces identified, as well as the detached pole sign, and 3 8-foot wide sidewalks that are abutting the building. And so these were all implemented with the previous owner. This was a proposed site plan that was reconstructed by staff to sort of alleviate and break up all of the previous paving and parking lot, so that the green areas that you are seeing there are some of the proposed implemented landscaping. Although this use was considered not compatible with the essential land use designation through Memphis 3.0, it is in keeping with the surrounding areas along Summer Avenue, so therefore it was deemed consistent. So as I mentioned earlier, some of those conclusions were that they are proposing to utilize the existing structure as is. Regarding the square footage and retail space, essentially they are proposing something new and similar in use, essentially, of the ATV sales that would be stored indoors. I did fail to mention that earlier, that the ATVs will be stored indoors mainly. And so DPD did recommend approval. LUC, the Land Use Control Board, also recommended approval, and this was approved with conditions
10-0. And there were conditions placed upon this case regarding some of the window signage. As I mentioned earlier, the photos did not include the updated state of the building. But regarding signage, as well as some of the curb cuts along Summer Avenue that seem to have been worn and not up to standard, as well as I mentioned earlier, to the landscaping. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to let my colleagues know that I'm happy to support this land use change. Anytime we can get a payday loan place gone or a title loan place gone is great. If we can put in place a business that is selling things, that's great. So I think there's a lot of similar things on Summer Avenue, and I'm glad to hear that they are going to be storing things inside so we can keep it safe. So happy to support. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Councilwoman. Applicant, would you like to say anything before we vote? Okay. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending item 7 downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item will be sent downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation. Thank you for being here today. Moving on to item 8, SUP 24-27, 5709 Mount Moriah Road. The request is for a special use permit to allow vehicle rentals. This is District 4 and Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by JSW. DPD, floor is yours.
Alexis Longstreet presenting before you again, special use permit 2024-027. This is a request for a special use permit to allow vehicle rental in a pre-established shopping center located at 5709 Mount Moriah. This property is located in the Parkway Village neighborhood. About 163 notices were mailed out on August 16th. No letters of opposition or support were received. As I mentioned earlier, this property is zoned CMU1 and as well as surrounded by land use designations of commercial and industrial and some office spaces as well. As I mentioned earlier, this is a pre-existing and established shopping center. I believe there was a Hertz that was here previously. This is the previously approved plan, which was approved in 2003. And so the applicant is not proposing anything new other than just to occupy the space that has been vacant. Some of the staff, here's the proposed site plan that was originally proposed by the applicant. And based on the conditions that was applied to the application by staff, they did submit a revised site plan to reflect that implemented landscaping that was a requirement of the original approved 2003 case. This case, like the other one, was, although not necessarily compatible with the future land use designation by Memphis 3.0, it was deemed consistent in the likeness and the consistency of what is in the surrounding area. So as I mentioned earlier, those conclusions of the pre-existing and pre-approved special use permit, as well as the implementation of the required landscaping. And this was also recommended approval by DPD and as well as approved on consent at LUCB. That concludes my presentation.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington, you're recognized.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Anytime we can get a vacated business to be reactivated, we're always excited about that. And that is an area where there are other car rental and car sales. So it will definitely fit right on in. And we're excited about this partnership and look forward to your business thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Would the applicant, would you like to say anything before we go to a vote?
No.
Okay, very good. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs 3 weeks with positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item will be sent downstairs with positive recommendation on the January 7th meeting. Thank you for being here today. Moving forward to item 10, SUP 24-42, 777 Firestone Avenue. The request is for a special use permit to allow a social service institution. This is District 7, Super District 9. I think that I'm going to make note on behalf of the councilwoman that we're going to discuss this item in committee today, but we're not going to vote on it actually until the January 21st meeting. So not the first, but the second meeting in January. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Easter Thomas.
DPD, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop, Division of Planning and Development. This is a request by the Hospitality Hub to establish a new social service institution at 777 or 781 Firestone Avenue. You might see both those numbers. It's the same property. This is the former Manassas High School site, which was demolished approximately 2012. The applicant proposes to use the site for temporary housing and extensive case management, which the UDC calls a social service institution, and that requires an SUP. They're proposing 60 total housing units alongside kitchen and office facilities, a future farm stand, educational facilities. And I will note, too, that the site plan has undergone some minor changes since the Land Use Control Board meeting, and those site plan changes do need official council adoption. Here's some photos of the site from the intersection of Manassas and Firestone. So the subject property would be the vacant property here on your left. Here's an aerial. So this is the most recent site plan. Again, there will need to be an official adoption of this as part of the resolution. It is slightly different than what was presented at LUCB, but staff had no concerns with it. Here's the surrounding zoning of the site. You see there's a mix of a lot of things, EMP, IH, as well as residential zoning. The surrounding land uses are predominantly industrial in the immediate vicinity, and then single family and multifamily to the south. So in conclusion, we're recommending approval with two conditions. Number two, I just want to clarify, would essentially, by default, when someone gets an SUP approved by this body, they have 2 years to complete construction. We're recommending giving them 5 years due to it being a two-phase plan. We'd like to avoid making them come back. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Mr. Whitehead, name and address for the record. Do you want to mention any amendments or conditions before we go to the council queue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. Yes, sir, and good afternoon, members of the committee. And I'm joined here by Jared Bingham with the Hospitality Hub. The changes mentioned by Mr. Wardrop deal with some minor modifications with regard to the laundromat services, the farm stand, but we would respectfully request to hold off on any substitute site plan until January 21st. That will enable us to have one more neighborhood meeting that we believe will impact the site plan. So rather than have one substitution made today and then another one January 21st, we'd rather just, anticipating there will be changes, make that on the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you. We are excited about this. Jared, and if you go back a picture, I don't know who's doing the thing, but if you show the site, the picture of the lot, right? Hold on. Yeah, right there. Not right there. I'm sorry. There you go. That's a better one. You see the church on the right-hand side, Grace Baptist Church, with Pastor King, Ronnie King, Jared, and Pastor King, and they've invited me to be along, have hosted 3 community meetings to date to ensure that the community is well engaged, not just bought in, but engaged. And I think that sets a great precedent for how projects should start and be introduced to the community. And what Mr. Whitehead was saying about anticipating the changes is because in the community meeting, members and neighbors will actually have a chance to give feedback and thoughts on what they're seeing, which is super, super important. And I expressed it to Jared in the beginning, and that they're going to make sure that that happens so that when it comes back on the 21st for a final vote from us as a body, that we can all just rest assured that due diligence was taken by the hub, the folks involved, and that the community is ready to go. On the last 3 meetings, the community has bought in. They're excited. They started their own volunteer group chat email thing to see how that they can really be a part of supporting the families that are coming. And that church in particular with Pastor King, they're gearing up and getting other pastors in the area to be ready with ministry support, mental support, food support, which is the way that we need to be thinking about how to support those who are most neediest in our city. So I'm excited to see this come to fruition from, she's not in here, from when Councilwoman Logan first allocated monies from ARPA in 2021 to really seeing this be a reality in an area that's very, very close to resources, close to the hub's other location, and would just be a good use of a lot that is sat vacant since the demolition of the old Manassas High School. And to that point, because we have some Manassas alumni there as well, there will be something that's decided upon with the community to commemorate that spot. But I'm sure those thoughts will be along with Manassas alumni and Jared and the Hub about how they want to just commemorate that the old Manassas were there. But if you can't tell, I'm super excited. I'm happy for this to happen. Councilman Warren is a very good supporter of this effort as well, so thanks for your support on that. And hopefully we can get you all's aye vote today so that we can get you all's yes vote on January 21st.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to thank Councilwoman Logan for getting this ball rolling and for looking at this. And I wanted the council to be aware that the Grace Baptist Church is intimately involved in our GVIP program. And that's where we bring people, and that the pastor there has been very helpful in trying to help kids stop killing each other too. So these guys are the real deal, doing what needs to be done for the city. And I think having this facility across from a church that's that engaged can't be anything but wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to ask about the data and the numbers of the crime that's in that area. And with the church being involved, as Councilwoman Eastern Thomas has said, and Dr. Warren has said as well, that's very important because to see the church right there and to know that's going to go right there, that's exciting to see because that means the community and the people in that community get involved. But also, I just want to make sure that I clearly understand and get some clarity that this is just not this is not long-term. We're trying to help them move on to be productive citizens and maybe one day be property owners. And we have the proper resources, mental health, job resources, children, literacy for the parents, and all of that good stuff. So that's exciting to hear. I'm just getting aboard. And if it is in 8, we need to make sure that 8 gets it. Because I think it says 9 again.
Yeah, you know, we're just trying to hog.
Yeah, I understand that, you know, Dr. Warren is, 9, but could you please get some clarification if that's 8 or 9, please?
In Super District 8, apologize for the discrepancy on that.
But we're going to keep putting 9 on the paper.
So thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs on the January 21st meeting, the positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item will be sent downstairs on January 21st with the positive recommendation. Thank you for being here today.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Colleagues, item 9 and 11 are companion pieces. I'm going to read them both. I'm going to get a motion and a second for each, and then I'm going to let DPD discuss them together. We'll vote on them independently. But item number 9 is SCP 24-34, 485 North Hollywood Street. The request is for a special use permit to allow a bar/tavern. This is District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Warren. Item number 11, Z 24-10, 485 North Hollywood Street. This is a rezoning from R6 to CMU 1. This is also District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion to second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Carlisle. Colleagues, I do want to make note for you and for the general public, since these are companion pieces, item number 8, which is the zoning part of this case, is supposed to be on the agenda tonight. However, I'm going to hold it until the January 7th meeting so that those items can be voted together in the same meeting. DPD, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Nichols Wardrobe Division of Planning and Development. This is a request, by and large, it's really two requests, but it's also really one request to allow a bar in the CMU 1 district in the Broad Avenue area at 485 North Hollywood. Okay, so here's some background on the site. So this is an aerial site plan of the building. This is a multi-tenant building in which the applicant proposes to establish a bar tavern in the existing structure, which currently houses a tattoo shop and a recording studio. Just an introduction, this concern from both staff and the neighborhood folks we've talked to tend to concern parking, which is why you see the companion rezoning application. So essentially, the back of the property is zoned R6, and because of that, we cannot allow them to count that area toward the parking requirements without it being rezoned. So essentially, we held this at Land Use Control Board, asked them to file a rezoning, and that's how it got to you today. So here are some photos of the site. It's at the corner of North Hollywood and Broad. I will note that this you see fenced off in the picture is public right-of-way. This is Parkway Place. They have since removed the fence you see here, and we had an enforcement case about this area in the back. It's since been cleaned up, and we've closed the enforcement case. Yes, yes. Here's some additional photos of the site. So regarding the rezoning, our conclusion is basically that it would help address the parking concerns with the associated bar, and simply put, it's very unlikely anyone's going to be building a single-family home here. So, and the request is consistent with 3.0, and we're recommending approval. To the SUP for the bar, again, staff's concern and the neighborhood folks we talked to concern is about parking. The UDC would require like 35 parking spaces, even taking into account all the applicable reductions. Providing that many spaces on site is very likely impossible. It would also, in our view, be detrimental to the ongoing transformation happening in the Broad Avenue area. Luckily, we do not have to strictly enforce that. The UDC provides some flexibility through the alternative parking plan, which is an administrative application that our conditions would require the applicant to file. And some reasons we feel that it's appropriate to give some flexibility regarding parking in this situation is that the uses on site have different peak hours, so they can share parking. There's, a recording studio obviously has different time of day that it requires parking than a bar tavern. The nearby angled spaces on Broad Avenue, and that we can count the back as parking once, assuming the rezoning is approved. So the staff recommended and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval with several conditions that I'm happy to get into. The major thing is we would require them to file an alternative parking plan, which we would review administratively. One of those conditions, I'll call your attention to number 5, explicitly required the building at the back to be demolished. We've been talking with the applicant. We believe and they believe that some parking can be accommodated without removing that building. So we've worked with them over the last few days to come up with a friendly amendment to that, which you can see on the screen here, which basically just requires the rear area to be used for parking. It doesn't explicitly say the building shall be demolished. And we can continue to make that determination as part of the administrative review we would be requiring them to file. And they would still have to remove the chain link fence. So we're in agreement with this change. We've worked with the applicant on it. Respectfully, we'd like to request that it be officially adopted so that we could update the resolution in time for the public hearing on January 7th. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, let me clarify something. I said item 8, which it's item 8 on the main agenda. It's item 11 in committee today. But without objection, I want to hold item 8 on the main agenda. I'll go over this again in executive to January 7th, so they coincide. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what happens to the alley? The city's just going to maintain ownership of that?
Yes, that's correct.
That makes no sense. Make them take the alley. Do you guys want the alley?
I know you don't want to pay taxes on it, and you don't want to maintain it.
The problem is it's not an alley. It's through a street.
So it's not a paper alley.
If you go back to the aerial, it's
Through to what?
It goes into the residential. It's been blocked off for years, not through a street and alley closure.
I want to get this through for you today as fast, or at least in the next meeting. But in reality, this is a what happens if someone's harmed in the alley? Who's responsible?
Be City of Memphis,
right? But who's really the beneficiary of the real estate? Both businesses, you guys need to split that up, close the street and split the real estate and call it a day and come up with a mutual agreement with some self-help so you guys can repave that and stripe it. But for the city to maintain ownership of that is makes no sense at all. And again, I know you guys don't want to pick up the taxes, but we're talking about an incremental, because what I do want is to support this bar in this area, because all of the development that is going in and around here, we're on like the third generation of some bars and restaurants. And so the more activity as those apartments are coming online, the better for the area. So I think this could be really cool. But I can tell you right now that even from a safety standpoint, like let's just take it in a practical standpoint. You guys can't make any improvements to that alley without our say-so, like even lighting improvements, unless it comes off the side of your building. And even then the city could probably say something. Right. So like that's a real concern, and it's a practical concern. I don't want to slow down the process, but in the between now and January when you're heard, if there is a way, it's hard. I think we can do it by resolution, and you guys can work out the details of the closure later. But you guys have to take that real estate. I mean, for me.
We don't object to that. Can I speak to you offline
absolutely.
about that issue?
It's more. I'm seeing it for the first time.
There are some complications to it,
and I'm happy to work with that. I know that one of the problems is splitting it down the middle if you don't get along with your neighbor.
No, that's not.
We'll talk offline.
Okay.
But for me, that's a big one. And then as far as the parking plan, I appreciate the forethought of like, if it all works out in 10 years, we'll be happy we have this, and it's flexible for that reason. But I hope it's not overly onerous for all the things that I stated a second ago, which is, we're on the second and third generation of some bars and restaurants, and some long-term ones have closed. Much like downtown, our entertainment districts are at very sensitive inflection points. And so anytime that somebody wants to invest in that, we need to facilitate that as best we can without giving everything away. So, and I know you guys probably came at that, but I feel compelled to say that just because I'm seeing it all across the city. And we want small businesses, especially entertainment, to thrive and to do well. Last question, then I'm going to yield. On the time of the closure, what is that? Just because that's what the Broad Avenue Business Association is doing, or is that just? I mean, look, I'm fine. Nobody needs another shot after 3 a.m. I got it, but I'm just curious to know the thought.
1 a.m. on the weekends was what was asked for in the application.
And you're all good with it?
Yeah, we're good with that.
Look, I think it's great. I'm just going to get out in front of it. I wish Beale Street would do that. We should be enforcing the leases on Beale Street. There's no reason to be serving alcohol at 1:30, 1:45 in the morning on any day of the week at this point downtown. It's not a thriving entertainment district. So look forward to those conversations too. But I think that this demonstrates that bars can make money here and work. I believe it can, as long as we give them other amenities like apartments. So I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
One of the benefits, I think, of having this facility where it is, it's right on the Hamp line. So this is right on a bike line. So adding the biking parking spaces is very important. And that alley that you're talking about that goes into the road, that's been closed. The people who live on that street enjoy having a dead end there. They feel like it makes their street safer. I have friends that live there. I think you guys, if possible, should take that property, and then it's closed off for good permanently, and we don't have to worry about it. Thank you, and I think it's a great project.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan?
Well, I had a question about what Councilman Carlisle said in regard to the process. So when it was coming through, and it sparked my attention when he said alley, because I know from the blight side, when we talk about alleys, there's always been a gray area, like who's responsible for keeping alleyways clean and things like that. When you have either out-of-town owner or you have a commercial owner that is not doing the part. So when he said that, it made me wonder, the process when they come to you all and there is an alley involved, how does that work?
based on what he just said, should have happened or could have happened? Why wasn't it that conversation, or was it the conversation while you were going through the process?
Yes, so we had a conversation about should we ask them to file a separate street and alley closure. We ended up determining maybe this wasn't the time for that, but I think we would be amenable to putting a condition in that says, you know, this is approved on the understanding that there will be a future street and alley closure presentation, you know, within, and you could set a timeline.
What made you say it wasn't a good time for that?
The thinking was, one of the thoughts was, okay, if, you know, 20 years from now, if someone redevelops this whole property, we could ask this to be improved into a full bona fide street, was the one concern. The other concern was, you know, are we going to regret having this closed for good and not being able to do anything about it? But I mean, I totally understand the point about the street closure, and I think our recommendation would be to add a condition to, you know, say this is approved on the understanding that there'll be a future street closure application.
Point of information, could you possibly tag that street closure with, if this is redeveloped in the future, this can be reopened as a street if needed by the city? It'd be a condition subsequent. Yeah.
Right. Well, and if I could add, Brett Ragsdale with DPD, you know, with the discussion with the applicant, this was a project we wanted to see the actual request move forward. We noticed the rezoning after they applied. That was already something that was going to delay it, and we felt like that conversation could be subsequent. And so that was one of the main reasons we were like, let's get this request approved, fix the zoning that we found, and then move. Yeah, look at that.
Maybe we did some 15-minute phone call.
All right, anything else, colleagues? All those in favor of sending item 9 downstairs in 3 weeks with positive recommendations, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item will be sent downstairs with a positive recommendation. Item 11. All those in favor of sending item 11, Z 24-10, downstairs in 3 weeks with a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item will be sent downstairs also with a positive recommendation. Going back to item number 5, SAC 23-04, Lafayette Place, located between East Goodwin Street and Lafayette Street. The request is for right-of-way vacation of Lafayette Place, located between East Goodwin and Lafayette Street. This is District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, seconded by Carlisle. DPD, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. This has been going on for some time, so I don't know if you would like a full presentation. I think that most people understand the basics of it. I will just bring up the most current conditions that we have. Since we discussed it actually last year, there were a couple of changes, and the applicant has been working with some of the neighbors. So on the screen here, you will see the conditions that were originally proposed, and in highlight, you'll see a couple of changes to that, and there's also a rendering that I will show. The first is on item number 5, which deals with emergency vehicles and exit only for these gates. So for the SAC 24, or 2304, there would be also exit only. So when you pull up to the gate, there would be a loop. The gate would open for anyone. So there was originally discussion about maybe a clicker for the residents, and that was not something that was favorable. So this would allow anyone that pulled up to it to have exit access. And then the other discussion that was a main point of discussion was there was a gate for pedestrians and bicycles that could be closed at certain times, and there was discussion about when it's closed, when it's opened. And the applicant has proposed that this gate is just removed completely, so it's just an opening, and that is reflected on the renderings here. So you can see that. And it is a similar condition on the other case, with the exception that it would not immediately have exit only, but if the neighborhood decide, it would essentially be closed except for emergency. If the neighborhood deemed that they wanted the exit only, then they could allow that. Otherwise, it is the same conditions. We did also add a condition that there is a small piece of property on South Fenwick that would be maintained by the HOA. And
And those are the updates, and I believe the applicant has some other material to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Ms. Reeves.
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. We will reserve our time for downstairs in order to expedite today's meeting.
All right. Going to the queue, colleagues, anybody have any questions? Councilman Carlisle? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Could you go back? So you said even with this gate or fence or wall, whatever they're trying to put up, the cars will still be able to go through?
Only on Lafayette Place will be exit only with a loop. It won't have a clicker. And a loop is whenever your car comes up to the gate, then it will open for exit only, and that is to accommodate the adjacent neighbor. They can also exit, yes. On Central Avenue. There's 3 entrances on Central Avenue, and all 3 of those entrances go straight to the park. If you wanted to go to the park from Lafayette Street or Lombardi, then you've got to wind your way through the neighborhood, and it gets very confusing. So I've gotten lost in there, several times. Yeah. So, but you get to the park from Central Avenue, and all 3. Yeah, I mean, it's, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I want to know.
Okay.
And so that's going to inconvenience getting caught up in traffic. I fully understand it because this is a year later. I sat in the audience and listened to it before I was actually. And so I listened to the things that were going on. There were a lot of questions that I feel that I don't think you're going to say yours down below. Maybe I'll say mine as well because there's still some things that I'm not very clear about because it's almost a year for the date that we're back here again. And I think I requested some data and I still haven't got the data. I requested. That's Mr. Goodman and Goodman back in my office, I think. And I asked you for some data just to get some clear clarity to understand, this date and when I went back and watched the whole YouTube, there were a lot of unanswered questions, so hopefully you can answer those questions in your presentation downstairs. Because those are still questions that I still have not been answered, and I still have not got the data to see. This is a data-driven city, and everybody that comes up here that sits in those seats, we ask for data. And I think that it still should be required with anything that's going on. We need the data, accidents, pedestrians, all of that stuff, and have any traffic, have you looked at any other options other than MPD?
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I just want to know because I watched the entire, and I sat there just to make sure that I don't miss anything, and I don't want us to be coming back because it's the same answer, the same questions that I didn't take.
Yes, ma'am. Security consultant was hired to look at the entire subdivision, to look at the entire area. And these were recommendations that he gave the Chickasaw Gardens Homeowners Association. Then they hired a traffic engineer to also do a study, and the traffic engineer also concluded the same. And we feel that with the opening of the pedestrians, and I'm not sure what the data is that you needed, but if we could talk offline, then I'll see if I can't get that for you.
Someone to make sure that Manning is down at 3:30 when we get ready to do this. We like our engineering as well down there.
Yes, ma'am. And they have been denied on speed bumps, and I'll send you that also.
Okay.
And we're still waiting for an answer on reducing the speed limit.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that. Hopefully Mandy will be there. I request Mandy to attend as well.
Okay.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, if the lake wasn't there, would we still be here discussing this if the public lake wasn't there?
Would that have to come before us?
Yes, it would. It would still be a public street closure.
Okay, and have we had those before? Is this the first time?
Street closures, there have been some. The case just before us, we were talking about, there was a street that is one that you may see in the near future that, but there are certain conditions that, and I will mention, I probably should have mentioned this, that we did recommend rejection of this, and so did the Land Use Control Board. And so that's our perspective on the closing of the streets and losing the connectivity. There are certain situations, like the case before, that a street closure might be warranted. And
So residential, was that a residential closing we just discussed just now?
it was a public street that's not actually used right now as a public street, but it still is public right-of-way. It abuts residential, but it's in a commercial zone. So those are some of the factors that, we would look at.
So access to the lake was secondary to the fact that it was a public street request?
I believe this neighborhood having that amenity that is a public amenity for the surrounding neighborhoods was even a greater factor in our determination that losing that connectivity was not what we would like to see.
Okay. The last question was, you all, in terms of other measures that could have been taken, I just want to clarify. So sidewalks, speed humps, and cameras, were those considerations?
Yes, ma'am, those were considerations. And as far as the sidewalks, the front yards are so narrow, there's so many utilities and existing trees that sidewalks is just not an option for the homeowners association. As far as speed bumps, we did request them and they were denied. The streets were too narrow, and I think that the speed limit didn't warrant it. And now we've asked for the speed limit to be lowered also. And then you said cameras. The cameras had been paid for by the homeowners association, and then the Skycops were donated back to the city. They have also added additional cameras, and with these two closures, they'll be adding even more in order to keep the neighborhood safe. And anybody that's visiting the neighborhood, we feel that it's going to keep them safe also.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White.
I think my question was just answered. I was just trying to be clarify as to whether or not both were still rejected. I knew we got conditions, but I just got clarity that they were rejected before the Land Use Control Board.
Yeah, so with the new conditions, they did not go back before land use. Yeah. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I heard you say that you all retained a traffic engineer.
Yes, ma'am.
So, because we have one with the city, did you consult with the city's traffic engineer?
Yes, ma'am, we did. The Fisher and Arnold, when they did the traffic study, they consulted with the city traffic engineer's office.
The traffic engineer you hired consulted with the city's traffic engineer.
Yes, ma'am.
So why did you choose to go that route versus reaching out to the city's traffic engineer yourself?
The city's traffic engineer.
Yeah, explain the process.
Yeah.
Somebody said something about process, because I don't know the process.
The city does not do traffic studies for individual projects, just like they don't reach out to a neighborhood and ask you, do you want improvements to your streets or to your neighborhood?
Is that for individual projects or for private projects?
For both. The city of Memphis is not, they don't just reach out to somebody just out of the blue and want to make any kind of improvements to their property.
Okay, but my question is, why did you all not reach out to them directly? And your response was, why did they not reach out to you? My question is, why didn't you all reach out to them?
We did reach out to them.
Okay.
And the speed humps that we requested, that we asked for, were rejected. We've also asked the city to lower the speed limit, and we're waiting for that answer to get the speed limit lowered in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just add a point of clarification, Councilman Walker, if it helps.
anytime there is a project, whether it's a street closure, multifamily, even a restaurant like Whataburger, and you come before the Division of Planning and Development, before you even have your very first public meeting, you sit down with staff, you get feedback. Sometimes there are certain requirements that are met before you even sit down with staff, and then you're required to go to what is called the Technical Review Committee, which is a bunch of engineers, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of stand-up comedy going in that meeting. But in that process, that's where all the nuts and bolts of it's going to be a 4-degree, curb angle, and we are going to need this to move back 10 feet because of the vector that the fire truck's going to need. But as a part of that process, the onus of demonstrating the traffic patterns that are today and that will be impacted by the project should it go forward, the cost of that is borne on the developer or the HOA and not the city. So that's why the private owner or the private developer or the quasi-governmental has to hire an engineer, because that engineer, like an attorney, represents them. And that engineer then goes to Manny and Randall and says, these are our findings. Will you review them and give us your feedback? And that is the beginning of the process. I hope that helps clarify that from that standpoint. As just a general note, because we'll see, every time you see it, you'll hear two things. You'll hear a traffic generation report is one term to write down. That report determines whether or not you have to do a full traffic study. And the full traffic study is much more expensive, much more time-consuming, and much more comprehensive. But if you're only going to generate an extra 20 cars turning out a day, basically and I forget what the threshold is, but there's a threshold which the city, is it by administrative rule, Manny? Basically, yeah, there's a threshold, so it's consistent, that says this triggers a traffic study. Sometimes developers will do them because they just want to go ahead and skip ahead to the end. It's just a cost-benefit analysis. But that's a general note. I'll speak to the project briefly, and then I'll reserve some remarks for downstairs. I have spent more mental and emotional power than I thought I had in me on this street closure for a variety of reasons, everything from personal, political, to technical. Probably more than I probably should share, but I'm term limited. Don't care, pretty honest guy. Here's where I've pretty much landed. Generally, I think you have to take every case on its own merits, and so I don't ever really get worried about setting a precedent, because this body has set precedents and then literally made a U-turn within a month, and then U-turn back. But for me, the phrase of access keeps coming up, and so through the process, as I told the neighborhood, I think about 18 months ago, is these things take time. You have to exhaust every possible compromise, every possible opportunity, alternative before you come to a street closure. And they're very serious, they're very permanent. I'm not going to say that they're not. But what I've come to realize about this particular street closure is that the access is really not going away. It's vehicular access. And when you look at Humes Heights and you look at Lombardi, the street proper that runs directly in across from Fenwick, we'll take the west first. For them, they have a direct access, as they do today, if they want to bike or walk, which I hope everybody wants to do. I mean, that is the purpose of where we're getting at. If they need to go to the park in their vehicle, it is probably about 55 yards to the right and then a loop around West Chickasaw and into the neighborhood. On Lafayette to the east, it is a right turn and a right turn. So you're not even crossing Central. It's about another 45 seconds out of the way. I spent 2.5 years of my life living in a house there after my parents got divorced. So I remember it pretty well. So as far as I'm concerned, the access is not being cut off. The vehicular access is being rerouted. And the reason that I kind of came to wanting to support this, or supporting it, I actually support it, is for a few reasons. At the end of the day, I was thinking about Councilman Canale when we first got on. We have lowered the speed limit from 30 to 25, so that, because we knew at the time, anecdotally, that people were driving 40 miles an hour down side streets. And we did it because 15 miles an hour over triggers reckless driving, triggers a felony offense if the officer wanted to charge. The average speed going down Poplar's got to be 55 at this point. And so my point is, the city runs fast, and they don't just run fast on major roads, they're running fast. And so I can't think of a good reason other than convenience to need to drive from the two neighborhoods right across other than getting around going out Central, which is to get to the park. Like the amount of people that need to go through Chickasaw Gardens to utilize the light at Goodwin has got to be minimal at best. And so, and then the question is, well, are they rushing through the neighborhood just to get to the light? And I can tell you, I live right off of Shady Grove. I have no sidewalks. I have 3 blind turns. I live at Shady Grove and Mendenhall. We walk 2 dogs and our kids on their bikes, and it's terrifying, to be frankly honest. And so, like, as I thought through that, I was like, you know what? Even on the side streets where Gwynn it's just a crescent-shaped U, people will skip the speed humps, or used to, just to speed 50 miles an hour around a blind hedge with no sidewalks. And so, at the end of the day, we've got cars that are going 150 miles an hour, Dodge Chargers all over the city. Ma'am, is there something comical?
There is.
Okay.
There is. We'll look at
Great. Here's the best part. We've gone to the state to ask them to, twice now, to revise their reckless driving and drag racing laws to felony counts. So it's not funny to me. There's nothing about chuckling about it. It's very serious.
That's another street. We're talking about Chickasaw.
you haven't been recognized.
I know, I'm not. No, he addressed me, so I'm addressing it back.
That's fair.
We're talking about a specific neighborhood.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
We're talking about a specific neighborhood.
I'm aware, and I'm addressing that. It's the problem is that people fly through the specific neighborhoods. That is the problem. They fly through my neighborhood. I don't live on Poplar. I don't live on Walnut Grove. I'm a cut-through neighborhood. I live off of Colonial, which actually has asphalt, and I watch people come out of White Station High School flying 55 miles an hour down the road. It's just a fact. Now, here's the deal. The neighborhood has explored every option possible. I know a majority of people in there and outside of the neighborhood. I'm not going to make anybody happy here today. Welcome to compromise. Like, that's the problem. No one's going to be happy. But what I do know is this. This neighborhood's explored every option under the sun. They are trying to keep access open to their neighborhood and the park, and they're just saying, don't want these vehicles speeding through the neighborhood. And what is the inconvenience? You have to loop around about 43 seconds out of the way in your car. For me, that's a no-brainer. Will it negatively impact property values outside of it? Highly unlikely. Will it secure property values inside? Very likely. Those are facts. I mean, those are very likely facts. So for me, I think I've come a long way in watching the compromise, but access to the park and the neighborhood is still open 24/7. Vehicles can exit on one side if they need to. And again, vehicles are inconvenienced a grand total of about 33 seconds of coming around a loop. I don't see that as a huge inconvenience in order to access the lake. As a matter of fact, I would hope that people would want to park and walk and ride to the lake. I think that's the whole purpose. So for me, I'm going to support it, and I'd ask my colleagues to do the same. And here's the deal. I doubt I'm wrong. My guess is that this will shore up the property values in that neighborhood, and everybody will kind of move along, and they won't negatively impact the property values to the east or the west. I cannot see how that would be a problem. So for me, access isn't being cut off. It's vehicular access is being rerouted out to Central, and it's a right turn and a right turn for the neighborhood to the east, and it's one left turn looped around West Chickasaw to the west. For me, that's a fair compromise. So that's where I stand. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman.
Did I get a chance to yield the floor?
No.
I'm just saying.
Councilman Walker, you had yielded, and I had called on Carlisle. But I'll come back to you. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's some things that perhaps compromise are not necessarily the right thing. And in this particular case, when this development was built, I think there were either 13 or 15 entrances. And part of this development was people could drive through and look at the lovely homes. And they could go through another neighborhood as they were going north and south through Memphis. When I moved to Memphis, there were a couple of entrances off of Poplar where you could get in, and a couple more to the I guess north toward Poplar on the side streets that you could go to. And those have gradually, systemically been shut off to where you can't get through it, which is why people get lost there, because they don't know where they're going because they've never been in the neighborhood. I lived on a street 6 blocks from Poplar, 6 houses from Poplar, and people sometimes speed down my street. The fact that they speed down my street doesn't mean that my neighborhood needs to be shut off. It means that people who are speeding should get tickets, and that's what should happen. I pay for my sidewalk that's in front of my house that I just built. And if you want sidewalks, you've got property that you can put sidewalks on, and the neighborhood could decide they wanted to. If they're worried about safety, they could build sidewalks around their facility. So I think this is generally a bad precedent of closing off more and more of our city. And it's just the next step before they're going to say, we want to close off Central. And that'll be coming, in 5 or 10 years when it's a different council. Because we've seen the progression. They've gone from 13 entrances, now they're down to 5, and we're going to make it 3. And if you're making that left-hand turn off Lombardi, and it's Central, and it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, people are coming over that hill very quickly to your right, and you got to make a left, and there's not really a good center lane and all of that to be able to get into. So there are going to be people who are backed up on that street now that would have been going into Central Gardens, and there'll be more traffic that's going down there, and it's going to be a difficult intersection. So if you want to do it, you really need to pay for the cost of a traffic light at Lombardi if somehow this goes through. But in my mind, this is not the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Walker, followed by Cooper Sutton.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood, but I thought what was coming up next for me was to thank Councilman Carlisle for responding to my question and offering the clarification, but then he went on to comment on the issue as a whole. And so in the midst of all of that, maybe I got confused, and I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I apologize. I thought you were finished, and I had gone on to Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, and Manny, since you're here, is it okay if Manny just asks Manny these 2 questions?
He comes forward.
If you come forward, please, Manny. So for additional information and historical information, I want to know that has Lafayette Place between East Goodwin Street and Lafayette Street, which is the items that are on the agenda, have they ever requested any sidewalks?
Good afternoon, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. The answer to your question is no. There's no requests have ever been made regarding sidewalks. And in fact, regarding sidewalks as a whole, typically when we get requests from the public about improving sidewalks, those are part of a CIP project,
Right.
and would have to compete for CIP funding if that was the case.
And this is a public street, right?
That is correct.
And from my understanding, historically, they never applied for sidewalks because during the 1950s and 60s, doing my research, and I went to the museum where there's a whole upstairs talks about Chickasaw Garden because I wanted to actually find out. I love the museum. They never wanted sidewalks. Am I correct?
That's the way the development was
Well,
conceived
development, the plan, and then when
developed.
yes, okay. And these are public streets. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Taxpayer
Yes, ma'am.
dollars,
Correct.
and they want to put a gate and close it off. Am I correct?
That is the application.
They're currently public streets, and their request
this is 2 times you all have denied it, rejected it. And so there's 2 entities of government that has rejected it, and we're back here now, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I needed to understand. Because what we don't want to do is set a precedent here in this city. Everybody wants to be safe. I want to be safe in my community. There's a railroad track that runs behind my house. And when that train comes, every piece of traffic comes down my street. I walk. I have 2 dogs. I walk. I don't have any sidewalks. I would love for my community to be closed off. But every community in this city wants to be safe. Everybody can't afford to pay for their own gates or houses or however it is. But what we don't want to do in this city is to set a precedence that because you are more privileged or have more wealth, that your well-being is more important than someone else's in the public trying to get to the park and the lake. It's systemic, and that's what it is. So we're going to have to learn how to live together, work together, and let's put our dollars together to make our city much safer for everyone. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else in the queue? All right, colleagues. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman White.
I've listened to the conversation and my colleagues, and I'll tell you all what I'm struggling with. I'm struggling with a little bit, and I don't know if I've ever spent that much time reading emails, because for every email, like, there's a yes, a no, a yes, a no. And so I just wanted to get back to, hey, what's the standard? What usually happens here? And so I talked to John Zena, and he says, okay, we have the Land Use Control Board, and we have these things, and we have them for this reason, because we're the experts, we have engineers, we go through this, we vet it. And so I guess for me, and we don't have to go through it now, but when we get downstairs, I would just like to understand a little bit more the push for not one street closure, but for two, where our experts have recommended rejection of it. And then before that, my question would be that I would like to hear and understand downstairs is, I have not really heard the extraordinary reason for closure, which I would think that closing a public street would have an extraordinary reason. I've not heard anything extraordinary. I've not actually seen any documentation to support. I've heard some of the claims, but I've also heard some of the claims to the contrary in terms of traffic flow and some of the concerns that were raised by the Land Use and Control Board. So one, I would like to hear more about, and we don't have to do it now, we can do it downstairs when you all present. I would like to hear more about the extraordinary reason supported by some kind of evidence for this extraordinary request, as well as an understanding of why we would go against what our experts have recommended, which is to reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, since we're going to hear this case again in about an hour and a half, I'm going to recommend that we send this downstairs with no recommendation. All those in favor of sending this downstairs with no rec signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Also, aye. Any opposed? All right, we will hear this item again this evening. Moving on to item 6, SAC 23-05, Lombardy Road, located between South Fenwick Drive and Cherokee Drive. Request is for a right-of-way vacation of Lombardy Road, located between South Fenwick and Cherokee Drive. This is also District 5, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second?
Motion to move downstairs without recommendation.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Carlisle. Do you want to go through, or do you want to let Ms. Reeves talk about the changes to this one? And then we're going to reserve our questions for downstairs.
And I did mention those earlier a little bit. There was just one slight difference to what the previous case was, and that is that the exit only would only be implemented if the neighborhood decided that they wanted it. So for now, it would only be emergency exit. And then there's a small condition to have a small piece of property that's fronting South Fenwick to be maintained by the HOA. Okay. Other than that, it's the same as the other.
Okay. Ms. Reeves, do you have anything to add to this?
The purpose of having this one not for exit only right now is the proximity of the two homes that are on Lombardy. We just want to make sure that they're not impacted by this. So the property owner on Lafayette Place did want the gate to be able to exit only, and these property owners have not expressed that interest in it. As far as the previous road closures and going back to some of the old files, when Union Avenue was realigned, the Union Avenue used to go through this subdivision. When this subdivision was built in 1926, that was Union Avenue, which is now Tishomingo Avenue, and that was part of the purpose of that closure in there was to block off Union Avenue, change that name because it didn't connect. The curb cuts or the streets along Poplar Avenue were closed due to redevelopment and the close proximity of 3 of the streets to Lafayette. And those were unsafe situations once Lafayette was built and the signal was put there, where those 3 streets came in to Poplar and to Lafayette. Those were unsafe situations, so those were closed along with the proposed redevelopment.
Councilwoman Logan.
I'm so glad we're having this discussion because my mind was made up
some more information came, and so now I want to know if other neighborhoods applied, what would, because I know a lot of people want their neighborhoods blocked off, as Councilwoman mentioned. If other neighborhoods applied to have theirs off, what would be the consideration? Or what would be the difference in any other neighborhood and this neighborhood?
Can I answer that, please?
I mean,
Reddick Lane, Reddick Road at Poplar Avenue, and Reddick, that was closed off because there was a lot of cut through traffic, and it was a safety situation there also. So Reddick was closed off, and a brick wall was put in with pedestrian access to the neighborhood, and that was, you know, at the compromise of the new property owner of the corner and the entire Reddick neighborhood association, or Reddick neighborhood. Lily Lane at Highland was also a situation where there was cut through traffic going from Highland down Lily Lane to get to Walnut Grove, and it became an unsafe situation because Lily Lane is also a very narrow street and does not have sidewalks. So Lily Lane was also closed at the street, and then the rest of the street remained public. But our streets will have stubs that will be pedestrian stubs.
are all of those in Midtown?
No, ma'am. They are.
Or East Memphis?
Not really. I don't think you would really call that East Memphis or.
Okay. I wanted to hear from Director Zena.
Thank you, John Zena, Planning and Development. I was just going to add that some time ago, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington actually asked us to look into the history of street closure requests for this specific purpose for safety reasons. So first of all, one of the main considerations that we take into account is what the impact on circulation to the general public is throughout the street network. And so closure of any public street obviously does have an impact to circulation. So that's something that we take very seriously and under a high level of consideration under any of these cases. One of the Ms. Reeves mentioned a couple of historical cases. One of the things that I found to be surprising is that going back to the 1970s, in the dozen or so cases that I found, only in one instance did planning and development recommend approval of a street closure. In all the other instances, our recommendation was rejection, and for many of the same reasons that we're recommending rejection today. The importance of circulation is a consideration here and was a consideration then for many of those cases. In the one case that we did recommend approval, there really was not much of a impact on circulation because it was sort of a loop road off of a main road where it was only local traffic that would access it. Hope that answers your question.
Are you back? But there's no dollar value. Like public, they still get access to police and fire and all of those other amenities when you block off a street. I'm asking you.
The neighborhoods would still be served by city services, yes, but these particular streets, Lafayette and Lombardy, would become private streets.
Okay, I just wanted I wanted that on the record, clarification. I thought that's what would happen, but okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs without recommendation signify by saying aye. Also an aye. Any opposed? All right, we will hear that item downstairs shortly. Anything else before P&Z? We're adjourned.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, and Chairman-elect Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 1 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $2.6 million in City Council community grant funds to nonprofit agencies for FY25, all council districts, sponsored by the Budget Committee. Can I get a motion second? Second. Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by JSW. Any questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any nays? That item passes. Item number 2, a resolution to amend the council FY25 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. Can I get a motion second? Second. Moved by Ford Sr., second by JSW. Councilman Ford Sr., you have the floor.
Yes, sir. This $5,000 would be going to Whitehaven School for the band. They need some, whatever they call it, for the uniforms. They will be doing quite a bit of traveling during this holiday season, all the way up to Mardi Gras season, and they need those funds, and that's why I would like to allocate those. It's a procedure that we have to go through for the band in order to get it. We have to go through the school system. School system has to approve it, and then it'll be going directly to the band. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford Sr. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item 3, resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman White. There is a request for same night minutes. Second. Moved by Ford Sr., second by JSW. Councilwoman White, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. So these are funds that have to be encumbered by December 31st that we still have available. And so I picked different organizations that we've already donated to previously, where we've already have everything set up in place for that to happen quickly, because it can't just be allocated, it has to actually be encumbered. And so on this list, and I'm actually open to changes, this was just making sure that we did not have funds that did not that we had to send back to the feds at the end of this year by December 31st. And so what I have on here, I think there's $112,165 to be reallocated from the crime feasibility study, and then $150,000 remaining for a crime reduction consultant that was allocated. And you see the breakdowns to each organization on the back as to the reallocation for those. Okay, I still don't see this doesn't total that amount. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's $150,000. Where's the $112,000? Oh, right here. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got it. It was sent out. I have them.
Okay. Councilwoman White, will you add something to that, please?
The technology upgrades for the chamber.
Councilwoman?
Are you okay with that?
What?
The addition of the technology
Which
upgrades for the chamber.
one would it go to?
It would go with that. Chief Adams said that there were enough available funds to cover both projects.
So are there any funds left for anything else?
You can tell us how you want to. This was to be honest, this was a recommendation. I did not want this money to go back. I am not wed to literally anything on this paper. I just wanted to make sure that we had organizations that had received it in the past and we can immediately get it encumbered. So to say that, what I'm saying is it can't be an idea of something. It has to be something already in place where there's a contract there and we can say, here's this money, it's encumbered by December 31st. So anyone has a recommendation or something that they feel very strongly about, believe in very strongly, I'm open to it.
Okay.
I I do want to make sure that the upgrades
We'll make sure
to
that
the
is,
chamber is a part of that.
we'll make sure that is before we read it downstairs. Thank you, Councilwoman. Ms. Hyman, will you please clarify?
So in about October, when we knew we had additional funds, we had the council chamber looked at with IT services. They provided us a quote and a current contract where we could pay for upgrading the microphones, the speakers, and the sound in the chamber as a whole. Yes. Our stuff in the chamber for the meetings. You know, they say you can't hear in the back or can't hear in the front.
Point of information. The wood paneling, though, the wood paneling from 63 stays. The wood paneling stays as long as the wood paneling stays. Okay, good.
And I would just say this one thing, if I can, if I may be recognized, Chairman. They did get that invoice. 60,000 sounds quite insane to me, but of course that is not my field of expertise. I would just request that we do a little shopping around. I don't know how much that's available with our contract and rules and all of that, but $60,000 sounds exceptionally steep for that. But if that's what that costs, I definitely want to make sure that we do have that upgrade.
Anybody else? All right, all those in favor of item 3? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I totally agree with this, but next time when we have some funds, I would just like the whole council to know that there's funds available.
Sure.
That we all can look at it, all 13 members can look at it. I totally agree what Councilwoman has done here, Councilwoman White, but I would like to know when there's funds available and then we're running out of time or there's something extra we can do. There's a lot. I think that all 13 council members should be aware of it.
I agree with you.
Well, I was actually going to say the way that I found out about it was our last council meeting when they presented and explained that it was 112,000 and 150,000. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't.
I totally
lose
agree.
it. Yeah. I totally agree with you. I didn't want anybody to think that I found some funds and sneak attack. I was just listening. No, but I totally concur with all the allocations. I yield the floor, Chairman.
You. All those in favor of item 3, signify by saying aye. Aye. Also an aye, any opposed? That item passes. Item 4 is a discussion item of ordinance 5921 related to the 2025 meeting dates. All council districts were requested by Chairman Smiley. I think Councilman Carlisle had some changes to the dates. And in July, moving it from July 1st to July 8th, July 15th to July 29th. I requested that we move the time of the meeting from 3:30 to 4 o'clock. If you are against that, please speak up now.
And then Ford has something else to say. He has no.
Councilman Ford.
Whatever time you want to have it, fine, as long as you don't keep us, okay? And I don't think you will. He's gonna be early anyway, ain't he? So it wouldn't make no difference what time. But
anyway,
hey, but that's not what I wanted to talk about.
Yes, sir.
The dates. A few weeks back, I told y'all about a date. I don't try to miss no meeting, but March 4th should be changed to March 11th.
Duly noted. March 4th becomes March 11th, and March 18th becomes the 25th. Is that okay, Councilman Ford Sr.?
And all y'all invited to Alabama.
Councilman Warren, I know you want to change the date.
You know, I'm just looking at this as we do this. We end up having as long as what we do is it's really hard to schedule patients, you know, and when we have the first and the third for a reason, so people can think about it. But if we change it, you know, let's try to change as few as possible. So if you change the first one, don't make the next one automatically 2 weeks later. Okay, so if you want to change one, and then let's meet the next week. Let's don't change 2 in a row. So if we could go back and look at those changes, what would they look like? It's I'm saying we want to change March 4th to what did you want?
I want to change it to the 4th. Let me stop you right there. Hold up for 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me get something straight. I've never missed a meeting. I've never asked for nothing. I asked for this a while back. Don't know where you were and somebody else, okay? But now, we ain't never been on schedule this whole year. I'm talking March 11th. Now, I don't care if it's back-to-back or the next day, but March 4th, I want that date. So don't come in on my other, okay? Other than, hey, you can meet the next day, the day after, you can meet on Saturday, all I care. But that date I asked for a while back.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Let me finish, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
I'm perfectly, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Let's move it to March 11th, but we don't need to change March 18th for no reason. Okay, and Councilman Carlisle, what did you need to do in your first? Yeah, all I did was shift the dates. They kept the same. We have a 3-week gap every period. I just shifted that from June to July instead of July to August. That's it. So nothing's impacted. So if we do July 8th. And change nothing else, you're fine. And do July 8th, and then what's the next one after? That'd be
29th.
So it's going to be the 17th or the
15th.
The 15th. Okay. Yeah, nothing changed. It just shifted. Okay, the like I said, it just
29th
shifted
stays
2
the
weeks
same?
No,
he changed it back.
Hey, Jeff, before you, let me answer what I did so it unimpacted the schedule. We have a 3-week gap every period because of how the calendar falls. Mm-hmm. So this time, instead of it going 2 weeks between the last budget, basically would be the last budget vote, and the next meeting, which is on the week of the 4th of July, and then going 2 weeks, I shifted it to 3 weeks and 2 weeks. I just flip-flopped them. So it does not impact any other portion of the schedule. So I'm with you. What I would say is do the 8th, do what I've suggested, and then to you and Councilman Ford's point, let's just move that meeting and keep the other one set, and we'll be good.
So do you want to keep July 15th or make it July 29th?
I want to keep it as I proposed it. It's 29th. The 8th and 29th.
Yeah.
It's set. I promise you, I went through the whole calendar and looked at it. It keeps it smooth.
All right. Anybody opposed? So should we change 3 days, the 2 in July and 1 in March? Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of information, what did the 2 in July change to?
July 8th. It went from July 1st to July 8th.
Okay.
And July 15th to July 29th.
Question, why not the 22nd? July 22nd. That would be 2 weeks from the 8th. Because we have to have a 3-week skip no matter what when you look at the calendar. That's what I'm trying to explain. Kind of like how we close out a financial period. Mm-hmm. You have a 4-month, a 4-week, a 4-week, and a 5-week. And then it goes 4-week, 4-week, 5-week. It's because of how the actual calendar falls. We're spending way too much time on this. We need to move on. I promise. I promise. Hey, it's going to be
Councilman Carlisle, if we did move it to the 22nd, then you'd maintain the 2-week gap between that one and the August 5th meeting.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, let's move to July 22nd from July 8th, okay? Everybody's on board.
So March 11th, March 18th, July 8th, and July 22nd.
Yes. Very good.
I will change that and have it ready for downstairs.
Item 5 is a discussion regarding the Budget Committee meeting schedule, all council districts, requested by the Budget Chairman, Councilman Carlisle.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guys, here's the deal. You saw some things on the county commission side, and to Councilman Ford's point about work and time, he's absolutely right. We have, and I don't want to be flippant about this, a lot of thought and conversation actually went into it before I came up here, but he's right. We are an hour late to getting downstairs. We are cutting, budget didn't meet today. Now, I know things ended up getting held and we got back on track, but we didn't meet. And it's the actual only chartered committee. That and I think zoning. I think those are the two, but it's the only one that has to be a committee of the whole. Here's where I'm going. The county commission is looking at a bunch of ways that they want to do it, and we need to talk. We need to have a conversation in the very, very near future about how we're going to handle generally committees throughout the year, and obviously going into budget season and the budget rules. I'm happy to do all the work in the world. What I'm not happy to do is sit around and let people just talk for the sake of talking and not getting anything done. We can talk all day as long as at the end of it, we've got a result. So, and then the second thing I'll add is obviously you are all, like I am, elected leaders. And if you feel like something is important enough that it needs to be heard from this dais, you are entitled to do that. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes. And I don't want to put the CAO or the chairman of any year of any time in a position where they feel like they've got to pick winners and losers on what should and shouldn't be presented that day in council. But at the end of the day, the discussion has to stop and resolutions have to start going and ordinances have to start going. So what I would like to propose, and I just want you to think about it, and then so we can keep moving on. But we're either going to have to come up with some ground rules, like to start the session where it's like, hey, we're going to go a full 10 minutes questions and answers, which I don't want to do because I don't think it creates a discussion. And so what I would like to do is basically say, we are going to run simultaneous committee rooms. And you're like, how are we going to do that? Well, we have one downstairs on the first floor that we actually ran committees out of for a very long time. I am fully happy to have the budget committee meet in the morning simultaneously with other committees. If you take issue with that, I fully understand. Here is my response. If it is important enough that you think the public wants and needs to hear it, they'll show up. If they don't, they won't. Meanwhile, I have got to get my committee moving through a lot of the stuff in order to get us ready, and we don't have the time to keep kicking it down like we did at the end of last year and part of this year, where we went 3-4 meetings without hearing our financial update. It is not to be disrespectful to any one of you by any stretch of the imagination. It is to conduct the city's business, and I don't want to step on members' toes if they feel like they've got something they want to say on another item or they want to have a presentation or discussion. But I feel like it's my duty and responsibility, and honestly, without the chairman telling me that I can call my committee and convene it at any time. What I want is all of you there, but what I can't keep doing is kicking the can down the road on certain things, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you. So please think about those thoughts that I'm sharing with you, and I welcome your feedback, but the end result is to get us back to getting, to really chopping wood on the business of the city. And again, I'm not saying that the things that are happening here aren't the business. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying we've got more things to do than we have time for, and this is my suggestion of a way to run simultaneous tracks, that we can have presentations and items heard in multiple committee rooms, just like they do in the General Assembly and just like they do in the federal government. There are multiple committee rooms. Now, I understand that we've got a fewer members, so maybe we have to come up with some additional questions and commentary, but I want to put this out here so you guys have a couple of weeks to think about it over the holidays, because I know when you're sitting down for Christmas dinner, you're like, what is Chase thinking about budget committee right now? But yeah, right. Please think about them, because I want to have a productive conversation about how we handle some of these committees in order to get people feeling comfortable that their items are being heard, but we're also not kicking the can down the road. And so those are a couple of my thoughts. I look forward to getting yours after the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion on that? Good. Item 6 is it's going to be a discussion item only. Ordinance to amend Title 10, Chapter 20, Miscellaneous Offenses and Provisions of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, to add provisions relative to the regulation of deadly weapons and extreme protection orders. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren. Attorney Wade, you speak briefly on this, and we'll move it to the next executive session and on to the meeting.
Yes, that's correct. We have a lawsuit pending by gun owners that are apprehensive that once the referendum ordinances become effective on January 6th, that we're going to start vigorous enforcement. It's out in the public domain, so it's no secret that that's what they're asking. They're asking for an injunction. Our response has been that the council and the city have no present intention of enforcing these items as long as there is no enabling legislation from the General Assembly. I think Councilman Carlisle had some concern about, is this going to offend Nashville? I don't know how it would. It's exactly what we're addressing that this lawsuit is asking us to do, and it's also acknowledging that the General Assembly, that we are not going against their wishes. We're not trying to contravene any of their laws, that in fact we're going to enforce their laws vigorously. So that's kind of what the nature of it is, and we can have a full discussion of whether you want to go forward with it or not, but I thought I had a duty to put it forward in light of the litigation posture.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Colleagues, that brings us to our add-on items 27 through 30. Item 27 is a resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $100,000 from Tennessee Department of Disability and Aging for renovation of the outdoor fitness area at McWhirter Senior Center, District 5, Sewer District 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 28 is appointment of Public Works Director Scott Morgan. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 29, a resolution approving the nomination of Mr. Rodney Cleek to fill the position of Vice President, CFO, and Secretary-Treasurer with an annual salary of $231,608. All council districts sponsored by MLGW. There's a request for same-night minutes. Item 30, a resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan Act allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman White. There's also a request for same-night minutes. All those items accepted. Very good. Same-night minute items are 10, 23, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Item 8 will be held till January 7, 2025. Item 22 will be held till February 4th, 2025. Item 24 will be held till July 8th, 2025. Item 4 has